Okay, Duvid here. We are back with round two of Descartes and his colleagues. Yesterday went over 4 hours, and I just had a huge tired spell. And I mean, I wasn't sure I was going to probably read for 8 hours because it was really long. There's a lot of stuff to cover, so I'm breaking it into two parts, and we're back today with part two. So yesterday we looked at Descartes' overview, his bio, major teaching, life and works, and then we looked at Marin Mersenne, the important advisor, supervisor of Descartes, a little bit older than him, who created the Mersenne Circle that later became the Paris Academy of Royal Paris Academy of Sciences. About the same time, a little bit after the Royal Academy of London, I think 1666 for Paris, 1660 for London. But an important intellectual circle where they discussed metaphysics, philosophy, theology, and science. And for the birth of science, the beginning of empiricism, mathematics. So, Descartes, extremely important. Almost everybody knows Descartes these days because of algebra and geometry. When you first start learning algebra and use algebraic formulas with x and y that graph onto a geometric plane, that's the Cartesian coordinate system. And philosophically, Descartes is largely known as probably the founder, the turning point of the Enlightenment, of the final switch away from the Aristotelian scholastics. Although it takes a little bit of time and it's a process, there's a lot of important thinkers. Descartes is probably the most important. And I was reading the bio yesterday. I remember I'd read a lot of Descartes when I was younger. My father had the Great Western Classics that included a book, Descartes, compilation of multiple books of Descartes. And I remember that Descartes and me shared the same birthday. So maybe that was I was sympathetic toward Descartes and read a lot of Descartes when I was younger, even in high school. And a lot of these things, the metapitations, the method, extremely important. There's a lot of stuff on theology, mathematics, the creation of science, Newton that we've discussed, ad nauseum, of Newton directly building off Galileo and Descartes, but Newton successfully creating this system of universal laws described with mathematics that was finally formalized with Euler and the classical mechanics that we learn in physics classes today. But then also the philosophical basis that switched from the ancient hylomorphism of the Greeks and a more modern form of idealism with a different definition of dualism that focused more on mind. Because the ancient hylomorphism of the Greeks didn't really focus much on mind. It just focused on ideas and forms of which the minds could apprehend, but didn't actually look much at mind. So Descartes creates a different system of dualism than the ancient Greeks, of a material realm and a spiritual realm that is much similar to the Kabbalists. And it's very likely, like some form of Neoplatonism or, Descartes, whether the interplay between the Kabbalists and Descartes is, for a topic for a different discussion. You see, like Esotericus now doing the series on Cornelius Agrippa, who actually was denounced by Marin in the Mersenne Circle, who wasn't necessarily a Kabbalist, and the more important of empiricism and mathematics. Although you also have somewhat of a rise of empiricism in mechanistic worldview in even esotericism, mechanistic empirical approaches towards spiritual phenomenon and like mantras and summonings or various occult things, and alchemy at the time. So without focusing too much on that, more just the importance of metaphysics, the rise of philosophical ideas. But today we're going to talk much more about theology, especially Antoine Arnauld, who was a contemporary of Descartes and wrestled a lot with theological ideas, and Gassendi, who was also a polymath and argued a whole bunch, and eventually will turn to Mellenbrock and uh, Pascal, who also focused a lot on theology. All these early thinkers focused a lot on theology, not just science and metaphysics. And eventually, like the roadmap, we're going to finish Descartes. Hopefully next week we're going to do a deep dive into Descartes, where it's going to go a full episode on Cartesian teachings. Then we're going to take the metaphysics series back a little bit further and look at the founders of physics and the astronomer Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, and we'll see maybe a few others. And then we're going to go on to Leibniz. And the metaphysics series, I'll probably cover some more minor personalities in the same era. Like we'll get to Mellenbrock and Pascal, and the English counterparts, Thomas More, Christian Wolff, some other important names. And then from there, after Leibniz, we're going to go on to Kant, and then the Neo-Kantians, and the Vienna Circle. So a lot to cover. My viewership's kind of down. I got absolutely nobody watching me right now. But God forbid the research has to go on. And if this is useful to people, hope it is. And God bless everybody. So yes, really, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for appearing in the chat. So the research has to go on. So I'm going to start with another brief overview of Descartes. So next week, we're going to look at Descartes' theory of ideas, Descartes' method, Descartes' modal metaphysics, and Descartes' epistemology. And they actually have more. They have like the ontological argument, the pineal gland, and his analytical geometry. But time is limited, so I can't read everything on the Stanford Encyclopedia, even just on Descartes. So I think on Newton, I actually read all of the various things they had on Newton. Descartes, they just have too much. So I won't be able to cover it all, but I'm going to cover as much as possible related to the metaphysics series, and people could read on their own. And besides, like I'm doing a lot of research besides this. So just to and slowly mentioning, trying to give a little bit more overview, but I want to know what I'm talking about. So like it's more just me reading, doing the due diligence, and then on week in review or future time, maybe I'll ramble and try to explain things. So right now this kind of like, I used to call my stream public research sessions. So this kind of like just public research. So and for a learning method, it's probably good just to hear, if you like a book on tape, or to read, or to hear from multiple forms of education, to say it with your own mouth, to read it, to highlight it, to listen, to discuss it. Like if you were taking a college course, all the various activities that you would do to really understand something. So if you're just studying on your own, just reading, it's not the same. Like my dad still highlights books, and some people still take notes or have notebooks. But having the words actually leave your mouth also has a positive effect. Like it gets you used to being conversant in the terminology, saying the ideas, even if you've got nobody to talk to but yourself, God forbid. So I'd like to have more people to study with, but in the meantime, the research continues, even if it's not reaching that many people, but a few people seem to appreciate it. So hope this is useful to other people, and otherwise, like just my research due diligence continues. So this is relatively short, and a lot of this is repetitive from yesterday, but because Descartes is such a pivotal figure in the creation of philosophy, we're going to look first at Descartes' life and work as a little overview, similar to yesterday, but just to become conversant, what were his major works and ideas, and then we'll move on to Pierre Gassendi and Antoine Arnauld. So, God forbid, it'll probably be 4 or 5 hours, just today, because there's a lot of material. Arnauld and Gassendi are quite long, so this first Descartes one will probably take less than 30 minutes, and Gassendi and Arnauld will probably both take about 2 hours. So strap in, um, and let's learn some interesting things about metaphysics, philosophy, history of science, other important topics, theology. Today said it will be a little bit more theological bent than the previous ones, and that's also important because like as we move more into dualism, and how to define things in the non-scientific, non-empirical realm. We've talked a little like Hobbes and Locke, political philosophy, moral philosophy, ethical philosophy. So most of those previously were based out of theology or over connected to theology, and even modern day philosophy of mind, psychology, politics. A lot of that has precursors historically what would have been covered in theology. So let's jump right in. Descartes' life and works. Descartes has been heralded as the first modern philosopher. He is famous for having made an important connection between geometry and algebra, which allowed for the solving of geometric problems by way of algebraic equations. He is also famous for having promoted a new conception of matter, which allowed for the accounting of physical phenomena by way of mechanical explanations. However, he is most famous for having written a relatively short work, Meditations on First Philosophy, published in 1641, in which he provides a philosophical groundwork for the possibility of the sciences. Early years. Descartes was born in The Haye on March 31st, 1596, of Joachim Descartes and Jean Brocard. He was one of a number of surviving children, 2 siblings and 2 half-siblings. His father was a lawyer and magistrate, which apparently left little time for family. Descartes' mother died in the May of the year following his birth, and he, his full brother and sister, Pierre and Jenny, were left to be raised by their grandmother in The Haye. At around 10 years of age in 1606, he went to the Jesuit college at La Fèche. He studied there until 1614. In 1615, entered the University of Poitiers, where a year later he received his baccalaureate and license in canon and civil law. In 1618, at the age of 22, he enlisted in the army of Prince Maurice of Nassau. It is not known what his duties were exactly, though Belay suggests that he would have very likely been drawn to what would now be called the Corps of Engineers. The division would have engaged in applied mathematics, designing a variety of structures and machines aimed at protecting and assisting soldiers in battle. Sorel, on the other hand, notes that in Breda, where Descartes was stationed, the army doubled as a military academy for young noblemen on the continent. And Gottkroger notes that this education of the young noblemen was structured around the educational model of Lipsius, a highly respected Dutch political theorist who received a Jesuit education at Cologne. Although this historical record points to there being a military presence in Breda, there is no definitive evidence that speaks for there being a full-fledged academy. There are reasons for thinking that Descartes may have been a soldier, but the majority of biographers suggest that this is more likely that his duties were oriented more towards engineering or education. While stationed in Breda, Descartes met Isaac Beeckman. Notes that Descartes kept related to his correspondence reveal that he and Beeckman had become more than simple acquaintances. Their relationship was more of one of a teacher and student, Descartes being the latter. The relationship would rekindle in Descartes an intense interest in the sciences, in addition to discussions about a wide array of topics in natural science. A direct result, certain questions posed by Beeckman compelled Descartes to write the Compendium Musicae. Among other things, the Compendium attempted to work out a theory of harmony rooted in the concept of proportion or ratio, which, along the lines of the ancients, attempted to express the notion of harmony in mathematical terms. It would not be published during Descartes' lifetime. As for Beeckman, Descartes would later downplay his influence. The World and Discourse. After Descartes left the army in 1619, his whereabouts for the next few years are unknown. Based on what he says in Discourse on the Method, published in 1637, there's speculation that he spent time near Ulm. Descartes apparently attended the coronation of Ferdinand II in Frankfurt in 1619. There's some evidence suggesting that he was in France in 1622. for it was at this time that property he had inherited was sold, the proceeds of which would provide him a simple income for many years. There is some speculation that between 1623 and 5, he visited Italy. Descartes emerged in 1625 in Paris, his notes revealing that he was in contact with Father Marin Mersenne, a member of the Order of the Minims. Their relationship would prompt Descartes to make public his thoughts on natural philosophy, science. It is by way of Mersenne that Descartes' work would find its way to the hands of some of the best minds living in Paris. For instance, Antoine Arnauld, Pierre Gassendi, and Thomas Hobbes. In 1628, Descartes left Paris. At this time, he seems to have been working on the rules for the direction of the mind, a work that he would abandon, some speculating, around the time of the move from Paris. It is worth noting that relatively recently, a copy of the rules was discovered in the library at Cambridge University. Scholars are unsure how it got there. Currently, based on what it includes, it is thought that the manuscript represents the work as it stood when Descartes had abandoned it in 1628. The later Amsterdam printing 1701 and a copy that Leibniz acquired from Claire Cillier in 1670 make certain advancements over what is found in the Cambridge manuscript. So it appears that Descartes picked up the work again. Some have speculated that this may have happened after a visit in 1635 from John Dury and Samuel Hartlib, where Hartlib reports that Dury had returned to England with copies of some of Descartes' works. The speculation being that recently discovered manuscript is related to something brought back by Dury. The meeting took place in The Hague. Dury and Hartlib were friends of the Cambridge philosopher Henry More, with whom Descartes had corresponded, and of others in More's circle, including John Milton. Perhaps the copy was made during the visit and brought back to Cambridge. In any event, this is a new and interesting development in Descartes' scholarship. In 1630, Descartes moved to Amsterdam. There he worked on drafts of the optics and the meteors, which were very likely intended to be part of a larger work, Le Monde, the World. In 1632, he moved again, this time to Deventer, to apparently teach Henry Ranieri in his physics. It is also during his stay in Deventer that Descartes probably worked on a final draft of the Treatise of Man, with which, in connection to the optics and meteorology, was probably originally intended to be part of the World. When the World had become ready for publication in 1633, upon hearing of the Church's condemnation of Galileo in the same year, Descartes decided against its publication. For the world system he had adopted in the book assumed, as did Galileo's, the heliocentric Copernican model. In a letter to Mersenne dated November 1633, Descartes expressed his fear that were he to publish the world, the same fate that befell Galileo would befall him. And although that is something that he understandably would want to avoid, some scholars question Descartes' expressed concern, for his living in the Netherlands would have kept him out of reach of the Catholic authorities. The world appears to have been constituted of several smaller but related works: a treatise on physics, a treatise on mechanics, a treatise on animals, and a treatise on man. Although much of the world has been lost, some of it seems to have survived in the form of essays attached to the discourse, which, as was mentioned earlier, would be published 4 years later in 1637. And some of it was published posthumously. Arguably, Constantin Huygens received what Descartes refers to 3 sheets of the world, along with a letter dated October 5th, 1637. These sheets deal primarily with mechanics. Around 1635, at the University of Utrecht, Ranieri began teaching Cartesian physics. Also during this year, a domestic servant by the name of Helene gave birth to a baby girl, Francine. Genevieve Rhodus Lewis claims that Francine was born on June 19th, 1635. According to baptismal record dated July 28, 1635, Descartes is named as the father. However, Gottberger claims that the baptismal date was August 7th. In 1636, Ranieri acquired an official chair in philosophy at the University of Utrecht and continued to build a following of students interested in Cartesian science. Around March of 1636, at the age of 40, Descartes moved to Leiden to work out the publishing of the Discourse. In 1637, it is published. With the Discourse out and a following of students building in Utrecht, Descartes seemed to have turned his attention from career to family. In a letter dated August 30, 1637, we find him apparently working out an arrangement for Francine, but strangely refers to her as his niece, which suggests that he did not want certain people to know that he was a father or that Francine had been born out of wedlock. Gottberger suggests that despite this apparent denial of paternity, Descartes not only corresponds with Francine, but in 1637 brings her and Helene to his new home in Stanport of Egmond Binnen. The Discourse is his first published work of Descartes, coming some 4 years after he had abandoned the world. The discourse is important for many reasons. For instance, it tells us what Descartes himself seems to have thought of his early education, and in particular his early exposure to mathematics. Roger Ariu suggests that these reflections are not so much through the historical Descartes as much as they are those of a persona Descartes adopts in telling the story of the discourse. Uncontested, however, is the view that the discourse stretches out the metaphysical underpinnings of the Cartesian system, and as a bonus, it has three works that are attached to it that are apparently added so as to exemplify the method of inquiry it develops, though admittedly it is unclear how the method is applied in these essays. The attached essays are the Optics, the Meteorology, and Geometry. As was suggested earlier, optics and meteorology were very likely versions of work originally intended for the world. It should be stressed that the three attached essays are important independent of the discourse, for they contain much worth studying. In the Optics, for example, Descartes works out his law of refraction, and within this context, what would later be called Snell's law, which Descartes seems to have worked out as early as 1632. Further, although the geometry would seem to have come out of nowhere, this is evidence in Descartes' note to himself, from which Clessier reconstructed some of Descartes' correspondence, that he had been working on some version of as early as 1619. In a letter to Beekman, dated March 26, 1619, for example, Descartes discusses the subject matter that is found in the geometry, and in a letter dated April 23, 1619, he explicitly mentions the book title. It is in this work that Descartes shows how certain geometric problems can be solved by way of algebraic equations. The significance of the sort of connection that Descartes made between geometry and algebra was great indeed, for without it, mathematization of the physics and its development of the calculus might not have happened when they did. A generation later, via Sir Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz. It should be noted, however, that as groundbreaking as the work may have been, contrary to the claims of many, nowhere in the geometry is the Cartesian coordinate system ever developed, that is the XY system taught in today's students of algebra, nor is he the originator of other mathematical concepts that bears his name, for example, the Cartesian product. Carl Boyer notes that various concepts that lead to analytical geometry are found for the first time in geometry, and that the geometry's mathematical notation is still used today, but he argues although Cartesian geometry is taken by many to be synonymous with analytical geometry, the fact is that the fundamental aim of Descartes' system is quite different from the contemporary analytical geometry. And so the claim that Descartes is the originator of analytic geometry, at least as we have it today, overstates the case. As Boyer rightly points out, however, this does not diminish the importance of the work in the history of mathematics. The Meditations. In 1639, Descartes began writing the Meditations, and in 1640 returned to Leiden to help work out its publication. During the year, Descartes' daughter Francine died. There is evidence suggesting that he was called away from Leiden around the time of her death. Returning soon after, some have speculated that he left Leiden to be at her side. Although also during this year, Descartes' father and sister died. Descartes' relationship with his father and brother was of the sort that Pierre, his brother, failed to even bother him with the news of their father's death. Rather, it seems to have been in a letter from Mersenne that Descartes first learns of it. In a follow-up letter to Mersenne, dated December 3rd, 1640, Descartes expresses regret in not having been to see his father before his death, but he refuses to leave Leiden to attend his father's funeral, and instead stays to complete the publishing of the Meditations. Today, the Meditations is by far Descartes' most popular work, though this would not have been the case in Descartes' day. This work is important to today's scholar for many reasons, not the least of which is its including an attached text written objections from some of the best minds living in Paris. Mersenne sent the Meditations to philosophers and theologians for criticism. The list of the critics include Cataris, Hobbes, Arnauld, Gassendi, and Mersenne himself, with several other unnamed readers who raised their objections through Mersenne. A later edition would include an objection from Bourdin. Descartes replied to each critic, and the result was an appended text referred to as the objections and replies. The second edition contains 7 sets in all. The meditation opens by developing skeptical questions concerning the possibility of knowledge. Through a series of several carefully thought out meditations, the reader establishes, along with the author, a groundwork for the possibility of knowledge, of science. Descartes is not a skeptic, as some have insisted, but uses skepticism as a vehicle to motivate his reader to discover, by way of philosophical investigation, what constitutes this ground. In the second replies, Descartes refers to the style of presentation as the analytic style. These were 2 styles of presentation, analytic and synthetic. It is important not to confuse these terms with those who say used by Kant. For Descartes, the analytical style of presentation and inquiry proceeds from by beginning with what is commonly taken to be known and discovering what is necessary for such knowledge. Thus, the inquiry moves from what is commonly known to first principles. The discovery moves in such a way that each discovery is based on what was discovered before. By contrast, the synthetic style of presentation begins by asserting first principles and then to determining what follows. Prompted by Mersenne, Descartes stretches out the second reply as a synthetic rendering of the Meditations. In establishing the ground for science, Descartes was at the same time overthrowing a system of natural philosophy that had been established for centuries, a qualitative Aristotelian physics. In a letter to Mersenne, dated January 28, 1641, Descartes says these 6 meditations contain all the foundations of my physics, but please do not tell people, for that might make it harder for supporters of Aristotle to approve them. I hope that readers will gradually get used to my principles and recognize their truth before they notice that they destroy the principles of Aristotle. Unlike his earlier work, The World and the Meditations parts ways with the old science without explicitly forwarding controversial views like that of the Copernican heliocentric model of the solar system. Specifically, the Cartesian view denies that physics is grounded in hot, cold, wet, and dry. It argues that, contrary to Aristotle's views, such qualities are not properties of bodies at all. Rather, the only properties of bodies in which the physicist can concern himself are size, shape, motion, position, and so on. Those modifications that are conceptually or logically entail extension in length, breadth, and depth. In contrast to Aristotle's qualities, the properties or modes of bodies dealt with in Cartesian physics are measurable specifically on ratio scales as opposed to intensive scales, and hence are subject in all the right ways to mathematics. The conception of matter, conjoined with the sort of mathematics found in geometry, allies itself with the work of such Italian natural philosophers as Tartaglia, Ubaldo, and Galileo, and helps further the movement of earlier thinkers in their attempt to establish a mathematical physics. Descartes' letter to the learned and distinguished men of the Sorbonne, which is appended to the Meditations, suggests that he was trying to pitch the Meditations as a textbook for the university, though the endorsement of the learned men would not have guaranteed that the Meditations would be accepted or used as a textbook. It certainly could be viewed as an important step to getting it accepted. Unlike today's notion of a textbook, in Descartes' day, textbooks were intended mostly for teachers, not students. Typically, at the close of a teacher's career, his notes would be published for the benefit of those who would go on to teach such course material. The awkwardness of Descartes seeking the acceptance and use of his Meditations by teachers is amplified by the fact that he was not a teacher himself. Consequently, his seeking textbook status would have been very likely been viewed by those learned men as being a bit pretentious. He was, it could be said, a freelancer with no academic or political ties to the university outside of his connection to Mersenne, and he certainly lacked the credentials and reputation of someone like Eustachius, whose widely used textbook of the period is of the sort the Meditations was in all likelihood aimed at replacing. Although the Meditations seem to have been endorsed by the Sorbonne, it was never adopted as a text for the university. Okay, yeah, Ian, God bless. Good to see you. Thanks a lot. The principles. Soon after his encounter with the Sorbonne, Descartes' public life was further complicated by the Dutch theologian Gisbert Voetius. Voetius had attacked Regius, a Dutch physician who taught medicine at the University of Utrecht, for his having taught certain Cartesian ideas that conflicted with traditional theological doctrine. Regius was friend to both Ranieri and Descartes and was a strong adherent to Descartes' philosophical views. Voetius tried to have Regius removed from his position as a professor and attacked not only Descartes' work but his character. In his defense, Descartes entered into the debate. The controversy would have Regius confined to teaching medicine, and his published defense of his conception of Cartesian thought would be officially condemned by Voetius, who in 5 years' time would rise to the position of university rector. At the end of the debate, which off and on lasted about 5 years, the situation ultimately became desperate for Descartes. He feared being expelled from the country and of seeing his books burned. He would even seek protection by asking the Prince of Orange to intervene and quell Voetius' attack. In 1643, at the age of 47, Descartes moved to Egmond de Hof, with the Voetius controversy seemingly behind him, though, as mentioned above, it would again raise its head and climax 5 years down the road. Descartes and Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia began to correspond. In this exchange, Princess Elizabeth probed Descartes on the implications of his commitment to mind-body dualism. During this time, he completed the final draft of a new textbook, which he began 3 years later, The Principles of Philosophy. In 1644, it was published. He dedicated it to Princess Elizabeth. The Principles is an important text. The work is divided into 4 parts with 504 articles. Part 1 develops Descartes' metaphysics. Although it would appear to be a quick run through the meditations, there are a number of dissimilarities. For example, the order of presentation of the proofs for God's existence, which some have argued is significant, found in the third and fifth meditations, is reversed in the Principles. The Principles introduced in Part 2 are based on the metaphysics of Part 1, and the subsequent physics developed in Parts 3 and 4 is based upon the Principles of Part 2. Although the physics turns out to be unsound, the Principles nevertheless inspired such great thinkers as Robert Boyle, Edmund Halley, and Isaac Newton. As an important side note, it must be stressed that even though Descartes had throughout his career put a great deal of emphasis on mathematics, the physics developed in the Principles does not appear to be a mathematical physics. Rather, it is traditionally taken to be a conceptual project with only a hint of empirical overtones, the physics rooted entirely in metaphysics. Arguably, however, Descartes' works on enumeration, order, and measure in the rules provides the conceptual machinery necessary for establishing a mathematical physics, a conceptual machinery that is carried over to the Principles. 2 parts never completed were originally intended to deal with plants, animals, and man. In light of this and what Descartes says in January 31st, 1642 letter to the mathematician Constantin Huygens, it is plausible to think that the Principles would have looked something like the world had it been completed as planned. None of the more controversial principles the Principle forwarded, at least according to Newton, was that a vacuum was impossible. Descartes' rejection of the possibility of a vacuum followed from his commitment to the view that the essence of body was extension, given that extension is an attribute and that nothing cannot possess any attributes. It follows that nothingness cannot possess any extension. So any instance of extension would entail the presence of some substance. In other words, a vacuum taken as an extended nothing is a flat contradiction. The corporeal universe is thus a plenum, individual bodies separated only by their surfaces. Newton argued in his De Gravitone and Principia that the conception of motion becomes problematic if the universe is taken to be a plenum, another controversial position with Descartes' insistence that matter is infinitely divisible. Gassendi and later Cordoboy argued that there must be a bottom, a substance, to the physical universe upon which the being of all corporeal things depend, in line with the ancient atomist Epicurus. They argued that if matter was infinitely divisible, so dividing it would show that there was no bottom, and so corporeality would not be substantial. So if corporeality is substantial, as Descartes himself had claimed, there must be a minimum measure of extension that could not be divided by natural means anyways. And so there are atoms, but this conclusion is something that Descartes explicitly rejects in the Principles. Okay, Ing, I'm about to start reading faster because there's so much to cover. You got to read it quick. Oswald, God bless. It was a pleasure. The Passions. In 1646, a result of the probings of Princess Elizabeth, Descartes completed a work draft of Passions of the Soul. During this year, another prominent political figure began to correspond with Descartes, Queen Christina of Sweden, and Regius published what he took to be a new and improved version of Cartesian science, which, as we know, would draw from the wrath of Voetius. But Regius did not stop there, for he seemed to have found important differences between his Cartesian view and that of Descartes, and attempted to separate the two, publishing a broadsheet that listed 21 anti-Cartesian theses, which his version of Cartesian science rejected. In response to this, Descartes wrote a single-page printed defense that was posted on public kiosk for all to read, published in 1648. Notes on a program, often also referred to as comments on a certain broadsheet, is Descartes' public defense. However, as mentioned earlier, tensions mounted as a result of the public exchange, and Descartes felt his way of life in the Netherlands to be threatened. As luck would have it, an admirer and friend of Descartes, Chanute, who worked for Queen Christina's court, and Queen Christina herself began probing Descartes about the possibility of coming to Sweden. And after a not too lengthy correspondence, Queen Christina offered Descartes a position in her court for many reasons, which would certainly include those related to his concerns about Voetius. Descartes accepted the offer, and in 1649 he left for Sweden. Queen Christina at first required very little from Descartes. However, according to Gauckroger, this would change, for after he had some time to settle in, she ordered him to do 2 things. First, to put all of his papers in orders, and secondly, to put together designs for an academy. Arguably, Descartes had some idea of how the latter might be done by ways of experience in Breda. In January 1650, Queen Christina began to require Descartes to give her lessons in philosophy. These apparently would begin at 5 in the morning and would last for about 5 hours. They were given 3 days a week. During the time Descartes published The Passions, the work having emerged primarily from the correspondence with Princess Elizabeth, to whom he had dedicated the principles. One aim of The Passions was to explain how the emotions and thus moral life of human beings was connected to the soul's being essentially united to a body. Simply put, a passion of the soul is a mental state or thought that arises as a direct result of the brain activity. Such passions can move us to action. Since this too is true, Descartes suggests that one needs to learn to control one's passions, for they can move one to perform vicious acts. Critics of Descartes, including Elizabeth, argue that Descartes' metaphysical commitments put real pressure on the view expounded in the Passions, for according to Descartes' metaphysics, the nature of mind is to think, the nature of body is to be extended in length, breadth, and depth. One view concerning causation, a view that Descartes' critics seem to have attributed to him, is that one thing causes another to move, for example, by way of contact. Contact in this context seems to be possible only by the way of surfaces. Now, bodies, since they're extended and thus have surfaces, can come into contact with one another and thus can cause one another to move. However, if minds are not extended, they lack surfaces, and if they lack surfaces, there's no way in principle for bodies to come into contact with them. Thus, there's no way in principle for bodies to have moved minds and vice versa. That is, minds and bodies cannot in principle causally interact, and so if the view expounded in the Passions requires that bodies and minds be capable of causal interactions, and Descartes' metaphysical commitments make such interaction impossible, Descartes' metaphysics puts a great deal of pressure on the view expounded in the Passions. Although things seem to be moving forward, they are not going as well as one would have hoped. In a letter to Bregji, for instance, dated January 15th, 1950, Descartes expresses reservations about his decision to come to Sweden. He sees himself to be out of his element. The winter is so harsh that men's thoughts are frozen here, like the water. Given the sentiment expressed in the letter, this remark was probably intended to be as much Descartes' take on the intellectual climate as it was about the weather. In early February, less than a month after writing, Bregji, Descartes fell ill. His illness quickly turned into a serious respiratory infection, and although at the end of the week he appeared to have made some movement toward recovery, things took a turn for the worse, and he died in the early morning, February 11th, 1650. He was 53 years old. Okay, so there you have another overview of Descartes and his work, and hopefully next week or the week after, we will do a full stream just dedicated to Descartes. So now we're going to cover, yesterday we looked at Pierre Gassendi, and today we're going to look at Descartes' two other main contemporaries. Said both of these people are included in his objections to the Meditations and were part of the Mersenne circle, important thinkers in their own right in their time. Pierre Gassendi and Antoine Arnauld. Neither one of them particularly well known outside of philosophy. Serious philosophers, kind of like chess players. You might know the names of like the top 10 chess players from the previous generations from looking at the game of the world champion. These were the guys that the most beautiful games of chess, the world champions that they beat. But you wouldn't necessarily know them on their own unless you're a huge chess buff. And so in the same way, kind of like Gassendi and Arnauld today fall to the sidelines of Descartes, but in their own days, they were very prominent, maybe more prominent than Descartes, and had a lot of thought of their day that was extremely relevant and for the pushing forward of what became Cartesian philosophy, which dominated the continent and is still one of the most influential systems of philosophy till today. Pierre Gassendi. Pierre Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, was a French philosopher, scientific chronicler, observer, and experimentalist, scholar of ancient texts and debates, and active participant in contemporary deliberations of the first half of the 17th century. His significance in early modern thought has in recent years been rediscovered and explored towards a better understanding of the dawn of modern empiricism, the mechanical philosophy, and the relations of modern philosophy to ancient and medieval discussions. While Gassendi is perhaps best known in history of philosophy for his disputes with Descartes, his relations with other major figures, including Kepler, Galileo, Mersenne, Beckmann, and Hobbes, represented even more important transactions of ideas. And while Gassendi also sought to communicate anew the ideas of Epicurus, the Stoics, and other earlier thinkers, His resulting amalgam of perspectives provides a modern view of his own making, one of the touchstones of philosophy and science in his times. Our access to knowledge of the natural world is dependent on the constraints and licenses that follow from our epistemic grasps being limited to information provided by the senses. Through this arch empiricism, tempered by his priestly adherence to the key elements of the church doctrine, Gassendi views metaphysics as a realm for speculation grounded in the possibility of empirical confirmation, logic, as by turns a psychologistic and probabilistic enterprise, knowledge of the external world as built on and forever subject to sensory-based evidence, and ethics in quasi-hedonist, possibly quantifiable terms. Gassendi's philosophy is a constant review of other sources, a thorough consideration of the landscapes into which his own empiricism fits and represents an alternative to contrasting claims, past and present, what is sometimes thought of as eclecticism, particularly in the pusillanimous masterwork, the Syntagma Philosophicum. Actually recasts philosophy as a fully referenced scholarly enterprise, advancing historical styles and rhetorical modes in philosophical research and exposition. In these changes, he matches even the magnitude of innovation that marks his atomist matter theory, empiricist perspectives, exploration, and defenses of the new physics, objections to the meditations, and refutations of contemporary Aristotelian and mystical thinkers. It has been argued, perhaps unfairly, that Gassendi's core ideas are better preserved through the medium of writings by Boyle, Locke, Huygens, and Newton, yet his presentation of an empiricism, atomism, and new cosmology in historical and philosophical context greatly advanced the community of scholarship in his day and represents what was then a fairly new model of research and exposition, still in philosophical use today. Historical background and Gassendi's life. Born in 1592 to a family of commoners in the tranquil Haute Provence town of Champtercier, Pierre Gassendi rose to become one of the greatest provincial scholars of his day, a member of the prominent French intellectual group of his time, the Mersenne Circle, and professor of mathematics at the College Royal. At an early age, his instructors recognized great potential and dispatched him at age 16 to Aix-en-Provence for studies of further sophistication than his local schooling could provide. In these first years of scholarly pursuit, Gassendi shuttled between Aix and Digne, the provincial capital, and so began a lifelong pattern of itinerant travel. His extensive and early education vaulted him to professorship in Aix while still in his mid-20s. He shuttled between careers as well, attaining success in station not only in academic circles but also in the Catholic Church. Gassendi's career as a priest is a crucial facet for his intellectual constitution. His writings reflect an unbending allegiance to Holy Scripture and church teachings, though not necessarily in orthodox doctrinal light. He was ordained at the age of 24 or 5, and while there is no question of the strength of his faith, one motivation for his career in the church appears to be its provisions of a sinecure. Thus, Gassendi started at the rank of a low-level local official, a chanoine of the cathedral, and Digne and rose to the rank of a slightly higher-level local official, the Prévôt, still in Digne some 20 years later. Though he clearly pursued a studied relationship with his higher authority, all the while he wrote letters of support to the church-embattled Galileo, sought appointment to the secular College Royal, and cultivated deep personal intellectual ties with his non-church patrons. The affluent functionaire Francis Lullier, the provincial savant Nicole Pierre Fabre de Piresque, the local count of Lais Louis Emmanuel de Valois, and the Parisian noble Herbert de Montmort. After some years of instructing pupils in philosophy and theology, Gassendi distanced himself from what he believed to be rigid teachings of the scholastics in his Expectation Paradoxicae of 1624. Thereafter, he began a formative partnership in physiological, astronomical, and historical studies with the wise and wealthy Piresque, summarized in Gassendi's glowing biography written upon Pierre's death in 1637. By this time, Gassendi had also developed his early interest in a variety of questions in basic physics and in restoring the philosophy of Epicurus, much as Thomas had restored Aristotle, integrating his thought with what he held to be theologically viable. His published works in philosophy and natural philosophy captured the attention of the Milan priest Marin Mersenne. Gassendi spent the last 2 decades of his life traveling back and forth between Provence and Paris, because of varying commitments to patrons, appointments to the College Royal, and ill health. Throughout, he remained informed of and involved with scholarly discussions of the day, owing to his engagement with a group of philosophers and scientists united through correspondence with Mersenne. In the Mersenne circle, debates ranged over numerous topics central to the dismantling of Aristotelian scholastic worldviews, and Mersenne often used his role as facilitator to bring together opponents on these issues. In that context, Mersenne helped enable the entry of Gassendi's criticisms of Descartes' meditations into the objections and replies. Gassendi subsequently published his rebuttals in his Disquisitio Metaphysica of 1646 and focused Gassendi's attention on refuting the mystical attacks on Kepler and by Robert Flood in 1630. Members of the circle regularly reported on each other's experiments and proposed new challenges, such as Poulsen's well-known puzzling over whether physical indivisibles could or should be identified with mathematical points. Gassendi used this forum to learn about other empirical studies as well as to work out a good many of his views. His scientific career was varied and complex. It never quite associated with glowing triumph. Some historians consider his greatest accomplishment in this sphere to be his contribution to the revival of ancient atomism, but this represents only one end of his anti-Aristotelian physics, and a small, albeit core element of his scientific interest. His other accomplishments in physics include the studies of bodies in free fall, closely modeled Galileo's work, a mature enunciation of the principle of inertia, and an early and reasonable accurate interpretation of the Pascalian barometry experiments of the late 1640s. Gassendi also ventured into experimental science. He attempted to measure the speed of sound by cannon fire, arranged to have weights dropped from the mast of a moving ship to enact Galileo's thought experiment, and so dispelled doubts about the motion of Earth, and conducted numerous chemical trials involving, among other things, the dissolution of salts and formation of crystals, which he took to bolster his molecular theory of matter. These are only some of his better-known exploits. In addition, he offered a wide variety of speculations on Earth sciences based partly on geological fieldwork and biological and physiological observations, and as shaped by his atomist hypothesis. Finally, Gassendi devoted much of his time to astronomical pursuits. He made regular observations of the skies for decades, producing confirmatory evidence for Kepler's views, observing sunspots, the ascents of Saturn, and the passages of Mercury before the Sun, 1631, and successfully predicted an eclipse, 1654. Moreover, he commissioned his first map of the moon, defended the Copernican view as plausible save for its conflict with church teachings, and offered many disparaging words on what he considered the scurrilous and empirically intolerable practice of astrology. In his final years, Gassendi relented to pressure from friends and released the major portions of his Epicurean studies to the public, published in his Latin translation of Diogenes Laertius's book 10 on Epicurus, along with ample commentary in his Animadversions of 1649. He continued to work on this interpretive material, however, steadily incorporating philosophical and scientific insights until his death in the Paris apartment of Montmort in 1655. Montmort, acting as executor, collected this material in manuscript form, and with Gassendi's other Parisian friends, arranged to have it published as the Pusillanimous Syntagma Philosophicum. This syntagma is more systematic than the Animadversions, largely eschewing the sometimes philosophical character of the earlier commentary and principally discussing logic, the natural sciences, psychology, and ethics from the perspective of what Gassendi deems philosophically, historically, and theologically supportable. His interest in Epicurus are ever present, not least in the structure of the book, which is divided into a logic, including his textbook format, physics, and ethics. Happily, we have a rather well-rounded picture of Gassendi's intellectual pursuits. On top of his Epicurean project, Montmort and company had the good sense to bundle syntagma together with the better part of Gassendi's other writings, the Animadversions notably accepted, in 6 volumes of collected works, the Opera Omnia, which includes as well earlier letters on optics and the free fall of bodies, a portion of his voluminous astronomical observations, and a great deal of his correspondence. In the wake of Gassendi's death, his general renowned influence in French schooling and popular conceptions of natural science and rivalry for Descartes' legacy all grew. This impact was enhanced by the 1674 publication of a condensed, abridged, reorganized, and occasionally paraphrased version of the Opera Omnia, written in French by Gassendi's acolyte, Francis Bernier, Over the following half of a century, the Gassendists stood as formidable opponents to the Cartesians in French debates over education and scientific matters, and Gassendi's thinking spread, variously influencing Leibniz, Boyle, Locke, Newton, among others. Method and nature of philosophical inquiry. Commentators and historians conventionally designate Gassendi as an early modern thinker, yet there's good reason to at least consider his work as belonging to the tail end of the preceding period. One facet of his work that closely resembles Renaissance philosophy and science is the historical focus on his method of inquiry. For almost every philosophical issue Gassendi deems worthy of discussion, he first introduces a wide range of previously competing views, beginning with the antique schools, which he considers as live options. He engages with Aristotle as early as well as late Aristotelianism, and allows great deal debts to skeptic, Stoic, and Epicurean thought. The history of philosophy for him as a source of vitally important reasoning, the generally correct way to frame our questions, and more occasionally the answer to those questions. Thus, one principal attraction of atomism for Gassendi is that it suggests a way to think about causation among material objects, which he finds an attractive alternative to Aristotelian views on one hand and non-physicalist views on the other. In his theory of knowledge, we find one more instance of using ancient frameworks to model contemporary problems. No criterion of truth, for example, is adequate unless it satisfies the standard points made by the classical skeptics. Some may see this as evidence of Gassendi's modernism, but his broad concerns with skeptical thought certainly place him among good Renaissance company. The skepticist and anti-Aristotelian strains of his exercitations are also thought to be influenced by his reading of near contemporaries, including Jean-Louis Vives and Pierre Chiron. Another Renaissance type element of Gassendi's writing is a stylistic obsession with antiquity. His Latin is learned, if a bit stultified, rife with quotations from Virgil, Horace, Cicero, and Tertullian, among others, and embroidered, ornate quality marks his few extant French writings too. He quotes frequently and liberally from classical sources, usually in Latin, though sometimes in Greek, and his translation of Diogenes Laertius, Book 10, on the life of Epicurus, is the centerpiece of his 1649 animadversions. Gassendi does not, as does Descartes, suggest his work is so modern as to have been invented de novo. Rather, he constantly refers the reader to a wide variety of other generally classical writers as sources of both like-minded and conflicting perspectives. Finally, the single most time-consuming project of his career consists in the prodigious efforts towards reviving the works and reputations of one particular classical figure, Epicurus. These Renaissance trappings notwithstanding, there are at least two reasons to think of Gassendi as very much among the moderns. For one, he embraces the new empiricist assessment of the old science. What is wrong with the Aristotelian physics is the routine presentation as well as grounding in a priori theoretical claims. He is not the only or the first author of such a view. Galileo breaks with tradition in distinguishing a science of motion that in principle at least makes use of observation and experiment. Bacon and Descartes, for their part, also counsel to varying degrees a scientific method which builds on experimental knowledge. But among the savants of the early 17th century, only Gassendi, whose awareness of empiricism's root and implications is evident across his intellectual pursuit, integrates philosophy and science on what he believes to be strictly empiricist grounds. This integration is a natural consequence of his suggestion that we gain all knowledge outside of the theological from the senses. A range of equally modern views follows from his proposed empiricist foundations for the new science and its methods. He suggests a probabilistic notion of what counts as warranted empirical belief, and insists that we may license beliefs about the sub and superperceivable, but only if they are well grounded in our beliefs about the perceptually given. Further, he devises rules for accepting or rejecting hypotheses and guidelines for directing empirical discoveries and our judgments of the same, whereas all such claims are subject to the test of evidence from experiment or observation. It is far from true that all or even most of his own claims about the nature of the physical world would meet this test, but the modernity of Gassendi's philosophy and science lies in his proposal that this is a goal to be set altogether. Refutation of Aristotelians and Descartes. For many commentators, Gassendi's empiricist theory of knowledge and objections to Descartes' meditation count as his paramount philosophical contribution. In his core epistemology, he offers the first modern model of knowledge from the senses to be integrated with a physiological account of perception. In his objections to Descartes, he rejects the clarity and correctness criterion seeks to undermine the reasoning behind the cogito, and assails the ontological argument. Each of these views represents a battle Gassendi had taken up against the Aristotelian tradition or the Cartesian stance. His thoroughgoing empiricism poses an alternative to both of these competing perspectives. One cornerstone of Gassendi's anti-Aristotelianism is the suggestion that there is nothing necessary about the way the world is. God, he proposes, could have made the world work in any number of ways, and the contingent history and character of the creation means that there is nothing immutable about the essence of a material thing. That a substance is either the Aristotelian or Cartesian sense might have an immutable essence is a different matter, and insofar as Gassendi has such a notion, for example, with respect to space-time, matter, and void, he agrees that such things feature unchangeable sine qua non characteristics. Moreover, Gassendi maintains, regardless of whether there are any essences and whether there might be mutable, there are none to which we have any epistemic access. The sole originating source of our knowledge is the information that senses provide, such that what we know is closely linked to what we can perceive. However, as Descartes note, we can perceive only appearances. Gassendi draws from his point the very un-Cartesian lesson that appearances are all we can know about, to thereby ruling out knowledge of unperceivable essences. One line of this reasoning can be found in his discussion of classical skeptical tropes concerning the relativity of evidence. From the senses to individual experiences, that honey tastes sweet to me, though bitter to you, and that fire seems hot to us, though not to insects that live near fire. Since different people have different experiences, our knowledge of honey's taste or fire's heat differs from person to person, and thus is not reliable grounds a guide to invariable characteristics of, for example, the honey or fire. In cases like these, we know a thing's qualities only as we record them in a subjective basis. Such sensory information, based on experiences which vary intersubjectively, cannot yield judgments about a thing's qualities which do not vary in that or any other way. Hence, we lack knowledge of the thing's essence, if indeed there is one. More broadly, from our principal source of ideas, the senses, which we know only how things appear to us. If we are to have knowledge of an object's essence, Gassendi proposes, such requires a perfect interior examination of that object, which is apparently not something we may gain from empirical study. Gassendi also contests the Aristotelian view that we can know universals on the grounds that we cannot perceive anything more than particulars of the in the world. It follows he suggests that neither can there be any universals we know about, at least with anything like certainty. Some commentators, including Bloch, Rocco, and Osler, propose that nominalism is a central Gassendi's view on the basis of this rejection of essences and universals, as well as his epistemic reliance on the apartment and interest in signs and their conventional character. But Gassendi's nominalism, if it be such in the orthodox sense, is intended less as an ontological assessment than as a statement of the limits of human mental capacity, whether epistemic or linguistic. Further building on the insistence that all knowledge comes from the senses, Gassendi discusses this view shared as well by Descartes and the Aristotelians, that there are propositions we can know with certainty. Since all propositions are judged to be true or false on an empirical basis, none can be deemed indubitable, to save those of theology and theologically driven derived cosmology. This lack of certainty extends as well to logical demonstration, whether of inductive or deductive character. Nothing is certain about such demonstration. Gassendi suggests, save the limits imposed upon it by the frailty of human intellectual capacities, the natural bounds of our epistemic grasp in the physical sciences. Astronomy or most any other field of study is just what the senses tell us, plus any corrective reason supplies on the basis of sensory-based knowledge we have already accrued. That Gassendi thinks that there is a need for correctives on sensory information makes clear the depths of his rejection of epistemic foundationalism and Aristotelian or Cartesian thought. We cannot trust even information from the senses to give us a false, fail-safe picture of the world. In this, he embraces the skeptical judgment that no source of belief can provide for certain knowledge. Yet he cannot accept their wholesale dismissal of sensory-derived evidence for belief. Knowledge from the senses is possible just in case we have a warrant of judgments about appearances, though we may lack warrant for certainty about those judgments. To the limited extent that we have the second sort of warrant, he suggests, we find this in the reliability of our sensory apparatus, as he describes an Epicurean-inspired account of perception. We see here a constructive skepticist response to the skeptics, who say no knowledge is possible in those ancient and latter-day dogmatic thinkers, including, in his view, the Aristotelians and Descartes, who says knowledge involves the attainment to certain belief and is readily attainable. While it may not be possible to have certain beliefs, it is quite possible to have knowledge given that we construe it as justified but less than certain belief. Naturally, it must have a veridical character as well, and Gassendi thinks it sufficient that such beliefs are at least truth resembling. Gassendi articulates such disagreements with Descartes in the objections, where he also rejects the Cartesian criterion of clarity and distinctness as either a standard for judging ideas or source of epistemic warrant. As regards the former, Gassendi points out that reason, which comprises our intellectual judgment and interpretations of sensory information, is itself prone to error, although deception or falsity is not to be found in the senses themselves, which merely behave positively and only report things as they appear and as they must appear given their causes. It is to be found in the judgment or mind when it does not act with enough circumspection. It does not perceive that things which are distinct appear more indistinct and smaller than they do close up. If for all such false claims based on sensory information are more reliable than those based on reasoning about sensory information or anything else, then we ought not to appeal to the latter as a basis for judging among claims of the former. One reason he thinks sensory based claims are the more reliable of the two is that he takes the senses to passively, hence steadily, collect information, in contrast to our mental judgments actively, hence irregularly organizing or relating information. That is not to say that we have no problem gauging the warrant for claim basis of sensory information as we collect it. Rather, we will have even more problems engaging claims based on ideas about sensory information after such ideas are that much more removed from direct and perspicuous relationship to the world as experienced in our organizing and relating them to other ideas. Moreover, the Cartesian criterion is irrelevant to judging cases of empirical knowledge. Gassendi suggests that even in this criterion were not irrelevant, Descartes' own claim to knowledge should fail all the same. First, in the case of empirical knowledge, Gassendi proposes that the Cartesian criterion fails on classical skeptical grounds. It is possible for us to have ideas from the senses we take to be clear and distinct, which are nevertheless not the basis for warranted claims to empirical knowledge of a general nature. Though we have clear and distinct ideas about the appearances of, for example, the color of the sky we perceive, we cannot infer from this clarity and distinctiveness that we know what color the sky is. As the skeptics warned, the sky could appear to a different person in different colors. And as Gassendi adds, our ideas of such an appearance could each be clear and distinct. Second, knowledge claims Descartes takes to be demonstrated by reason alone, Gassendi dismisses as anyway failing the proposed criterion. They are partial and confused, he suggests, because they lack immediacy characteristic of judgments we attain by strictly empirical means. Whereas ideas we gain from the senses directly represent worldly objects and events, ideas we attain by deductive proof are but hypothetical analogs to such sensory derived ideas. It is not the same thing for us to conceive something by a veritable idea or a true image and to conceive that thing by a conclusion that follows necessarily from an anterior hypothesis. In the first case, in effect, we conceive of the thing as absolutely so. In the second, that is, that it should be some such thing. And also in the first case, we know the thing distinctly as and as it is in itself. And in the second case, we know it only to in a confused manner and by analogy, that is in referring to it as something that must be known by way of some idea. In brief, our reason claims are less than fully clear or distinct because we arrived at them through the mediation of ideas about our empirical knowledge. Hence, Descartes' most cherished claim about essential properties of mind, God, and matter fail in his own criteria for lack of direct foundation in our ideas from the senses. Not all of Gassendi's criticisms of the Cartesian criterion are rooted in his advocacy of knowledge from the senses. Thus, he suggests one other problem with the criterion is its failure to make good on the foundationalist promise. Just as in case some of our clear and distinct ideas turn out to be wrong, we will require some further criterion to distinguish them from the correct ideas. And if this new criterion is simply something like more clear and more distinct, then we are on the road to infinitely many higher order criteria, which defeats the aim of the foundationalist project altogether. Finally, Gassendi offers what Descartes himself came to call the objection of objections. Our idea being clear and distinct idea is perfectly constant with a solipsistic perspective. But then the only thing we can know with certainty is our own thoughts, yet a viable criterion should also distinguish our knowledge claims about the external world and mark solipsistic claims as dutiable to begin with. On top of these objections, Gassendi proposes that Descartes has put the cart before the horse by suggesting we can readily recognize what is clear and distinct and use this as a guide to what is indubitable when what we need in the first place is some guide as to what is clear and distinct. The difficulty is not, as it seems, to know if one must conceive things clearly and distinctly so as not to be mistaken at all, but to know by what way or method is it possible to recognize that one has a conception so clear and so distinct that it is true and impossible that we are mistaken. Another well-known set of Gassendi's objections target Descartes' view of mind and body. One such objection is a prelude to the well-known puzzle over how mind and body could be thought to interact, posed by Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia. Gassendi wonders how Descartes could take the mind to be a thinking substance lacking extension, yet claim that it is somehow attached to the body, given that anything joined to a body must itself be extended. Descartes' answer is that he does not take mind and body to be attached, which response immediately invites Princess Elizabeth's puzzle. In a related vein, Descartes' cogito reasoning also undergoes close scrutiny. Gassendi understands this reasoning as one person's inference from his or her indubitable recognition of cognitive activity to the claim that he or she exists at the self-same seat of such activity. Against such an inference point, he points out that recognition that one has a set of thoughts does not imply that one is a particular thinker or another. Were we to move from the observation that there is thinking occurring to the attribution of this thinking to a particular agent, we would simply assume what we set out to prove, namely that there exists a particular person endowed with a capacity for thought. Descartes is in dangerous waters at this point, for if indeed the only claim that is indubitable here is the agent-independent claim that there is cognitive activity present, then he can be fairly associated with Averroist panpsychism and its considerable taint. At a minimum, the argument requires a significant leap of reasoning, and for Gassendi, this is further evidence that Descartes places altogether too much faith in his criterion and the work he thinks it can do. That Gassendi is primarily concerned here with the character of Descartes' reasoning is plain enough. In the end, and broadly speaking, the two are actually close in their views about mind and body. They are both dualists of one stripe or another, and the particulars of Gassendi's physically rooted psychology are reasonably similar to those of Descartes' model. Gassendi's model of the mind is often taken to be wholly materialist in design, particularly as seen through the prism of his critique of Descartes, yet only one facet of the Gassendian soul is the material anima, the locus of the physically determined pleasure and pain. He also posits an immaterial animus, the seat of the intellect or rational understanding. This cognitive faculty is the locus of spiritually determined pleasures and pains we associate with, for example, love of God or fear of evil. Here we have an echo of the Thomist interpretation of the anima, according to which vegetative and motive facets of the soul perish with the body through an intellective facet lives on forever. Elsewhere in the theological plane, Gassendi shares other core views with Descartes, though some commentators have tried to paint Gassendi as concealing atheist tendencies owing to his suspected materialist and libertine allegiances. Such a charge is inaccurate, yet it also so that Gassendi does not accept the Cartesian route to belief in the divine, notably rejecting Descartes' version of the ontological argument. The Cartesian version of Anselm's traditional argument suggests that God has the intrinsic property of existence as part of a divine essence, in the same way a triangle has intrinsic properties, such as having three internal angles summing up to 180 degrees. Further, as with all divinely held properties, God has that existence property as a perfection. That is, God exists in a perfect way, such that God cannot not exist. Gassendi rejects this reasoning on two grounds. First, we have no irrefutable intuitions of essences, whether such are supposed to be represented by properties of triangles or of God. Descartes' particular misstep here is to suggest that we may move from the definition of God, which we intuit as a clear and distinct notion, and as essentially entailing the property of existence, to the view that there is such a thing as God with said property. A definition of a thing as having such properties does not commit us to the thing existing with those properties, even if one of those properties is said to be existence. This much was noted in Guanilo's early criticism of Anselm's version, yet the more general point Gassendi makes is that no intuitions untested by sensory experience will yield knowledge of God's essence or anything else as the primary mode of attaining knowledge, and that by which any intuition must be tested. is empirical demonstration. Second, presaging the Kantian criticism, existence is neither a perfection nor any sort of property to predicate of things that exist. Rather, existence is simply an aspect of thing that exists. The mode or state of the being that describes its existing existence is accordingly a precondition for bearing perfections and for perfections being borne by the thing, rather than something which itself can be a perfection. If we refer to a thing's existence, we are only referring to a fact about the thing, that it exists. Rejecting the ontological argument, then, eliminates a sort of conceptual confusion. Although we might think of perfections existing in a thing, it is hard to conceive of what it would mean for existence to exist in a thing, of or for that matter to not exist. Along similar lines, there is no reason to accept the underlying claim of the ontological argument that things which do not exist are either imperfect or lacking in any way. Empiricism and the scientific method. Another significant difference between Cartesian and Gassendist views of God is that for the latter, there's no definitive epistemic guarantor. Indeed, for Gassendi, there's no absolute or necessary guarantee on our epistemic access altogether. There is only the contingent warrant of the senses. In the textbook account of the early modern debate among empiricists and rationalists, Gassendi plays a bit part in promoting the senses as the ultimate source of our worldly knowledge. His views are painted as a vanguard, but ultimately inconsequential, continental counter to Descartes, and as a slight influence on Locke's more mature empiricism. Gassendi's contribution is more noteworthy than all that. However, his theory of knowledge explicitly addresses historical traditions in epistemology, develops a proto-reliabilist theory of epistemic warrant, wrestles with timeless difficulties of empiricism, and forms the basis of a set of allied views on the nature of scientific investigation. The need for a theory of empirical knowledge in Gassendi's view stems from the inadequacy of past and contemporary responses to the skeptics, whose puzzles he finds particularly compelling in the form of the tropes as presented by Sextus Empiricus. The skeptical tropes call our attention to the general problem of whether, given the fallibility of the senses, any knowledge is possible, and in what the warrant for such would consist. Gassendi turns the problem around, limiting its scope to finding warrant for empirical knowledge and declaring the skeptical solution to resolve the general case. His significant move in this regard is to propose, against the Stoics, and as we have seen Descartes, that it is not necessarily a condition of our knowing some claim that we be certain of it. The probabilism immediately broadens the range of what we can know through the senses, as does his suggestion that we include among such claims to knowledge, though assertions about what may be hidden to the senses yet legitimately inferred from evidence of the perceptually given. This is his theory of sign-based inference, which suggests such inferences are legitimate just in case they would be agreed to by a great enough number of experts giving testimony, or else would be false only on pain of contradiction. Following an Epicurean physicalist model, Gassendi recommends that skeptical worries are satisfied by truth criteria and elements of epistemic warrant rooted in the regularity and reliability of our sensory perception and formation of ideas. Trustworthy evidence from the senses yields warrant for empirical beliefs, albeit without certainty, and just in case the evidence for them does not conflict with accepted evidentiary experiences. These claims are built upon the proposals that sensory information has a material form. In the case of vision, Gassendi promotes an atomist theory of effluxions, bearing images of light from the viewed object to the viewer. The mind receives sensory information through a wholly physical process, and that some cognitive faculties dependably allow us to detect truth properties of the objects of knowledge. The physical processes underlying this perpetual account is inspired by Epicurus, but the physiological details, optics of light transmission, and epistemological lessons are strictly Gassendi's own. Indeed, this account of justification marks him not merely as a proponent of a causal theory, as may be said of Descartes relative to the divine epistemic guarantor, but as an early champion of a reliabilist approach to the causal processes, claiming them as a source of epistemic warrant. The negative side of Gassendi's theory of knowledge bows in the direction of the classical skeptics. We cannot be conclusively certain about, nor find ultimate truths among empirical beliefs. The positive side rejects an absolute. Skeptical doubt, however, is suggesting that empirical knowledge is possible because we can identify a range of strength that are normally associated with many beliefs about appearances. Their reliability, approximation to the truth, and likelihood by degrees. This approach, what Popkin calls the via media of Gassendi, the constructive skepticist, suggests a practicable, if approximate, understanding of the world is within our grasp. This abundant version of empiricism is not without difficulties, as Gassendi is the first to recognize. For one, having extended the warrant for the directly sensed to the indirectly sensed, we must find a way to confidently adduce evidence on behalf of what appears before the senses in indirect fashion only. For another, the supposition that solving for empirical knowledge presents a solution for all knowledge introduces the challenge of accounting for at least two apparent counterintuitive instances, knowledge of abstractia and knowledge of God and the cosmos. Gassendi subsumes the former to empirical knowledge on proto-Millian grounds, but exempts most theological and cosmological truth from empirical grasp. Finally, he calls our attention to the recursive nature of empiricist doubts. If a lack of adequate sensory data strips away warrant for knowledge of the world, then an empiricist theory of knowledge must also appeal to what the senses tell us about what we can know of the world. The challenge then is to fashion an empirically adequate theory of acquiring sensory data. In formulating such an account, he anticipates crucial elements of later reliabilist theories of warrant. On the basis of these global views of knowledge in general, Gassendi develops elements of a theory of knowledge and method specific to the scientific endeavor. These elements include the proposal that we attain and justify empirical claims with the greatest warrant by deduction, yet those claims are at root probabilistic. He further proposes that we maintain hypotheses as a basis of scientific reasoning, so long as there is empirical evidence for them, however broadly construed. Taken together, these elements constitute a commitment to a hypothetico-deductivism, which is characteristic of some instances of actual scientific reason that Gassendi discusses. This is not a typical or modern species of the hypothetical deductivism method, however firmly wedded it is to his empiricism. Indeed, Gassendi's method cannot be adequately characterized in its entirety in this fashion, given the several other forms of non-deductive inferences that he endorses or makes use of as fundamental to his scientific method, including sign-based inference, analogous reasoning, and inference to the best explanation. A further element of Gassendi's scientific method consists in his appeals to indirect evidence for claims about the unobservable and his willingness to count such evidence as adequate empirical grounds for maintaining viable hypotheses. The most prominent instance of this strategy is his embrace of an atomist matter theory as a more likely hypothesis of necessity. Any evidence on behalf of the hypothesis is found to be found in the indirect form of indicative signs. These are on the surface level phenomenon for which he takes the existence of atoms to be sine qua non condition. A paramount instance of such evidence is his view that we may see through the microscope when the visual phenomena are explicable only given the existence of the microstructure we perceive, and in turn those are explicable only in terms of yet smaller structures. Gassendi maintains that the microscopic observations of crystalline formations and dissolution demonstrate the molecular structure of matter, a key aspect of his atomism, equally innovative in his appeal to the putative source of warrant in support of his matter theory. Such arguments for atomism highlight Gassendi's anticipation of the modern notion of inference to the best explanation as a means of judging among competing hypotheses. In advancing this strategy, he emphasizes the capacity of a given hypothesis to account for a range of different phenomena as a guide to the degree to which that hypothesis approximates the truth. This strategy for justifying claims about atoms also reaffirms his reliance on empirical data in seeking confirmation of claims regarding the evident and non-evident alike. While much is untenable or unlikely about these views, Gassendi has at least offered a set of proposals towards resolving one of empiricism's most vexing questions: how to transcend the bounds of sensory data. We can know about unobservables like atoms. He proposes, just in case our empiricism advances scientific knowledge through hypothetical reasoning and warrants the sorts of inferences about physical phenomena, allowing for unseen features of the world for which the sensible features can provide evidence. Atomist matter theory. The core of Gassendi's mature philosophy and naturalistic philosophy is the atomist matter theory. He initially borrows on historical atomist sources, primarily Epicurus, but quickly integrates a range of atomist claims into his proposed empirically defensible complex of physical, metaphysical, and ethical perspectives. Some aspect of his atomism fit poorly with the mechanical philosophy it is supposed to exemplify. Yet Popkin is correct in suggesting that Gassendi's atomism is a premier instance of his philosophical and scientific pursuits constituting one in the same project. The putative empirical support does not stand up to close inspection, and his particular brand of this matter theory is inconsistent with other elements of the mechanical philosophy. Nonetheless, his atomism provides an innovative and consistent model for micro-level accounts of macro-level physical structures and their behavior throughout all manner of natural, physiological, and social domains. In this last regard, Gassendi's views resemble those of his acquaintance Hobbes, though with greater attention to the core physical details of the matter theory and fine-grained notions of how the micromechanisms may operate. Gassendi reveals atomist sympathies in his earliest work and correspondence, where he rejects much of the style and some of the substance of philosophy of the late Aristotelian tradition. Indeed, some commentaries see Gassendi as a thinker of the Renaissance mold, who simply lands on atomism as a central component of a broader Epicurean alternative system to a robust range of received Aristotelian views. However, though he shares most of Epicurus's claims about atoms and many Epicurean arguments for those claims, Gassendi disagrees on key points. This suggests it is the merits of the view itself that is the most likely physical hypothesis about the underlying structure of matter, and not simply a general restoration of Epicureanism that leads him to atomism. The broadest atomist claims Gassendi makes are rooted in his historical metaphysics and rejection of the infinite divisibility of matter. He grounds the finer points of his atomism regarding the quantities of atoms and their aggregates on observations, experiment, and interpretations of the same, as well as his assessment of alternative perspectives on matter theory. Following the Epicurean model, with debts to Lucretius, Democritus, and others still, he starts with a basic ontology of matter and void and develops a thoroughgoing account of the physical world rooted in a picture of the inherent features of atoms. The general range of phenomena and entities for which Gassendi offers atomist accounts owes much to the ancients. Many of the particular explananda do not, though, and a significant number of his explanatory arguments are his own, at least in part. Gassendi introduces notions of absolute space and time, according to which the universe is that which contains material creation. In the colloquial language of metaphysics, he lays out the floor plan of his picture of the universe in which he understands God to place the furniture, namely atoms and their amalgam, space-time, accident, and substance, are the basic and real non-ideal categories of existence. Space and time are not modes of substance. Matter refers to substance that exists in space and time. Indeed, it is the sole and unchanging stuff of physical things, and so much exists as long as the physical things exist. Gassendi wants bits of matter to have their distinctive qualities without the scholastic impositions of form. In particular, he proposes matter has essential and accidental qualities, though we can only know the accidental ones through experience. As per containing space in which atoms reside, Gassendi offers empirical and a priori arguments on behalf of a void. He takes the barometric experiments of his day, including his own in Toulon, to demonstrate the existence of at least a partial disseminated void. Moving beyond such empirical arguments, he echoes ancient atomist reasoning. Thus, he rehearses the classical argument that without disseminated void between the parts of the body, one cannot explain divisions and separation of matter at the level of basic particles, and that without the inane conservatum, one cannot explain the motions of body throughout space. Both atoms and the void are for Gassendi principles, by which he apparently means primary element, following a scholastic tradition. It does not follow for him, however, that they are both substantive in his view. Whereas atoms are primarily principles of material substances, voids are non-substantial principles of separation in which bodies are located and by which they are separated and have their particular sort of superatomic structure. To establish that atoms are the primary principles or elements of matter, Gassendi draws deeply on the well of the ancient atomist argument. This source of historical evidence or testimony tolerably counts as one manner of support for the physical claims at the dawn of the early modern period. Given Gassendi's pronounced empiricism, though the degree of his reliance on such testimony is surprising, he strikes an even more surprising anti-empiricist chord in the introductory chapter of his Physics, pondering a stipulative account of the natural world that consists on the right physical postulates. In the end, though, this approach is unacceptable for Gassendi. As such, stipulative physics raises more questions than it answers. His alternative tact is a series of reasoned defenses of basic atomist tenets, frequently amplifications and restatements of Epicurean and Lucretian arguments, including claims as to the existence and status of atoms as the primary material principles. To take one example, Gassendi assumes material objects must have some substratum composed of basic and invisible elements, principles, and proposes that atoms, as the best candidate for the role of the substrata, are the material principles in question. To arrive at this first assumption, he follows Epicurus and Lucretius in adopting the Parmenidean dicta that nothing comes from nothing, and conversely, that all matter must come from something. He further embraces the ancient view that those dicta entail a common substratum for all matter, as the composition and resolution of material things always yields matter. To establish that atoms are the best candidates for serving at this common substratum, he reasons that whatever would serve as matter's substratum cannot pass from existence. Moreover, elements of such substratum would be incapable of passing from existence only if they were indivisible and thus had no void, that is, were solid. Yet this common substratum cannot be featureless, formless primary matter as the Aristotelians propose. It should have some identifiable and unchanging features because such features are ineliminable from matter. He concludes that all material objects must be composed of elemental particles sharing the features essential to matter, and the particles with those features just are atoms. In a second line of Lucretian reasoning, Gassendi argues that atoms are the primary principles of matter on the grounds that some fundamental material elements must be impenetrable if we are to account for the varying degrees of resistance in macro-sized objects. He suggests that since all material things resist pressure to some extent, they all have one or another degree of solidity. The only way to explain this range of solidity or resistance to pressure, he claims, is by supposing that the ultimate constituent elements of all bodies are not soft, which is guaranteed if they are all solid. Otherwise, there could be no bodies harder than the softest ones, for if the ultimate constituent element were soft, then more solid bodies could never be composed from them. From this, he concludes that all material things must be composed of maximally hard elements, which, when put together with more empty space between them, yield softer bodies, and when put together with less empty space between them, yield harder bodies. As in the previous line of reasoning, Gassendi seeks to establish that some properties of macro-sized objects, variable solidity here, immutable materiality of his first argument require an underlying atomic architecture. Unfortunately, the atomic account offered by this present argument also is not necessary to explain the macro property, for we can still have diverse degrees of resistance to pressure, even if the basic elements of matter also range in degrees of solidity. Worse still, this account is not even sufficient to the task, given that atomic size and the amount of in-particulate void are also variable factors. Different combinations of those structural characteristics could yield identical degrees of solidity across the otherwise very distinctive macro-level objects they compose. Then varying atomic architectures is not sufficient for a varying degree of resistance to pressure in objects on the macro scale. Such arguments and objections aside, Gassendi focuses his greatest effort to deny matter infinite indivisibility on the relevance of mathematical and geometrical considerations to physical accounts of matter's ultimate or near ultimate particles, while acknowledging the broad conceptual parallel between physical and mathematical continua in ancient discussions. He warns against the mistaken notion that physical magnitudes should be infinitely divisible just because mathematical magnitudes are. This last observation by itself fails to establish that atoms are actually divisible, yet Gassendi viewed this notion as the collapse of a major argument against atomism. More generally, though, he is less swayed by any particular argument for or against atomism than he is by the merits of the value of taking atomism as a best working hypothesis with which we may explain a wide variety of shared properties among macro-sized objects, as well as those properties that differentiate them. A more fundamental task is the enumeration of atomic properties. Gassendi distinguishes between two sorts: those properties inherent in and essential to all individual atoms, and those which are a feature of atoms and groups. His list of inherent atomic features, which closely follow Epicurus' list, include extension size of moles, or more recognizably magnitudo, shape, figura, weight or mass, pandas, and solidity, soliditas. Relative to each of these features, all atoms generally resemble one another, there being a limited range of sizes and weights. One exception is shape. In order to account for tremendous variety among natural objects, Gassendi's claim there must be very many different types of atomic shapes, though not infinitely so, and many token of each type, again not infinitely so. Another notable feature of the list of properties is that it signals Gassendi's rejection of the Cartesian view that extension is sufficient to characterize what is essential to the least bit of matter. Descartes is wrong then for the same reason that scholastics are wrong to talk about featureless matter in the context of a physical theory. As Gassendi argues, While we might abstractly conceive of matter with one feature such as extension or not at all, for the scholastics, matter cannot actually come into existence without the features that God assigns at creation, namely size, shape, weight, and solidity. The essential feature of atoms, which does the most work in Gassendi's physics and also generates the most difficulties, is their inherent weight, which gives them an intrinsic natural tendency to move. Given this tendency, atomic rest is either provisionally or else in illusion. Atomic weight gives rise not only to a simple capacity for constant motion, but also to a range of more complex behaviors, enabling atoms to disentangle themselves, to free themselves, to leap away, to spring out, to knock against other atoms, to turn them away, to check, to move away from them. And similarly, they have the capacity to take hold of each other, to attract themselves to each other, to join together, to bind each other fast. Three other facets of atomic motion merit our attention. First, it must be the general tendency of atoms to move in straight lines, given that the atoms here do not feature the clinamen or swerve, contrary to the Epicurean tradition, though perhaps as Epicurus himself would say. Second, Gassendi proposes that God endows atoms with a robust set of capacities for moving themselves to varied degrees, leading some commentators to see Gassendi as a vitalist or animist. Finally, Gassendi subscribes to a seamless compositionality of matter and scalar invariance regarding the nature of laws of motion, each of which led him into murky waters. On the micro level, he is committed to a constancy of motion that cannot be permanently arrested, whereas on the macro level, he holds that a principle of inertia governs the motion and rest of all bodies. Gassendi's compositionality thesis consists of the claim that the varied combinations of atoms give rise to all matter of physical, chemical, and biological features of the world and the phenomenon they exhibit. Two elements of this thesis are noteworthy. First, atoms combine in particular molecular structures that correspond to particular macro-level features and phenomena. This pre-Daltonian view offers no suggestion that diverse collections of atoms are the source of molecular variety, yet this molecularism is novel all the same for the broad suggestion that that such macrostructures are intermediate level building blocks of the microstructures are intermediate level building blocks of macrostructures, and for the particular proposal that the four Aristotelian basic elements be conceived of as molecular aggregates. Second, molecular structures ungrossed behave in the same way as macro level structures. They can be set in motion, pulled, elongated, compressed, and so on. In the case of molecular crystal structures, they can replicate much as their macro level counterparts can. On the other hand, there are significant dissimilarities among atoms and molecules, motion, density, and elasticity. All are points of difference, which suggest the difficulty of a unified and internally consistent matter theory relative to physical norms or laws. Yet Gassendi is confident that, at least in principle, the universe could have been created by God with any given composition of particles as varying in size, shape, or any other dimension. This suggests that from the level of abstraction, the laws governing motion, not contingencies for Gassendi, are intended to be scalar invariant. Even in cursory review, these tantalizing claims suggest significant and controversial consequences of stipulating that atoms have inherent weight and resulting tendencies to motion. A further hallmark of Gassendi's atomic and molecular theories is his suggestion, following the view of early atomists, prominently Lucretius, that some atoms are endowed with greater activity than others. The varied activity of such special atoms, or semina rerum, gives rise to the differential dynamisms in matter or of purely materialism nature, allowing for special organic structures as well as the growth of crystals. By contrast, neither atoms nor molecules are endowed with powers per se, nor do atoms bear forces, though certain forces such as gravity can be explained by reference to the behavior of atoms. Chemical forces, on the other hand, have molecular explanations. One of the greatest challenges to Gassendi's atomism from an internal perspective is the seemingly quixotic nature of his search for empirical foundations for atomism. In his era, there is not the barest hint of perceptually derived knowledge or anything so small. There is, he thinks, an empirically viable source of at least some claims concerning atoms, then direct data of indicative signs. Yet the general tenor of his characterizations in defense of physical atomism signals a departure from his customary empiricism. As is his defense of an indivisibility thesis, Gassendi relies foremost on reason, not experience, to account for the origin and quantity of atoms and what he takes to be their essential and inessential properties, their internal impetus, motion, and causal role, and their contribution to the motion of qualities we attribute to macrophysical objects. He is hardly to be faulted in this regard, given the lack of direct empirical evidence available, Moreover, his response to the ancient and early modern critics of atomism are firmly within their strategic bonds, as they typically rely on reasoned arguments without appeal to empirical force. Atomist natural philosophy. For Gassendi, the great promise of the atomist hypothesis is the explanatory power across diverse domains of material phenomenon, and the great test, where feasible, is the gathering of empirical evidence on behalf of that hypothesis. Gassendi's advance here is to develop atomist accounts that are mechanically viable where none previously existed, whether because prior mechanical approaches were thought inapplicable or because no solutions as such approaches yielded were actually successful. In what we today think of as chemistry and physics, Gassendi developed as a great range of applications for his atomist hypothesis. In his optics, the optimist theory of light provides a counter to Descartes' view of light as pressure. For Gassendi, light is a property characterized by particular atoms that are identical with heat atoms. These tend to travel at greater than average velocity because they generally have fewer obstacles in their paths than most atoms. Sound, too, is particulate and travels as such particles travel. In contrast to typically sound wave view, the surrounding medium does not play an important role. Gassendi takes the velocity of sound particles, like that of light particles, to be invariant with respect to the air or wind in which they travel. In an experiment he models after a similar one of Mersen's, he judges the velocity of sound to be 1,473 feet per second. His calculations are off by 435 feet per second and invariant to the pitch of sound. Even planetary motion has ultimately atomist explanation, as the underlying forces driving the planets are magnetic forces borne by dedicated atoms. This is an atomist modification of a view developed, though later abandoned, by Kepler. Gassendi's atomist accounts of chemical phenomenon are equally ambitious, suggesting, among other things, how vapors are created and metals are soluble. Vapors are brought about by increases in the distance between atoms in the liquid volume. Heat atoms remove some of the atom's presence in the volume, resulting in greater percentages of void in the matter taking the form of vapors. As concerns solubility, we account for aqua regia dissolving gold and aqua fortis dissolving silver as a result of their contemporary atomic structure. Gold atoms fit the pores of aqua regia and silver atoms fit the pore of aqua fortis. In the realm of biological phenomenon, Gassendi offers greatly diverse accounts drawing on an atomist framework. His most significant proposal in this regard is the account of generation and inheritance in terms of the material soul, or animula, bearing ontogenic information. In sexual reproduction, two sets of seminal matter are corresponding animulae meet and jointly determine the division, differentiation, and development of matter in this new organism. The determination of inherited traits requires combining or choosing among each parent's contributions, entailing competition and dominance among the animulae. The animula is defined in terms of its constituent atoms, which must be uniform in order that animulae may operate equivalently across different modes of generation, whether pre-organized or spontaneous. Further, Gassendi offers his molecular model as a material means of storing ontogenic information received from the souls of parent organisms. Rather more curious stories are found in his account of development physiology and behavioral psychology. Thus, the root cause of increased shellfish growth and marrow production during full moons is increased humidity, stemming from the excitement of lunar moisture corpuscles by sunlight. These corpuscles are then transported to the Earth by rays from the sun reflected off the moon. He accounts for toxicological phenomena such as the stunning capacity of electric rays as emission of corpuscles with dueling power. Other poisons provoke strange behavior, such as those of the tarantula. These may work by producing activity in the victim sympathetic to the attacker's activity, a result of chemical alterations that poisons bring about in the victim's sensory capacities and attunements. As concerns animal psychology, Gassendi endorses Lucretius' suggestion that lions avoid roosters at dawn because the latter can inject harmful corpuscles into the former's eyes. Sheep avoid unfamiliar wolves because wolves emit corpuscles of an odor offensive to sheep. As concerns human psychology, Gassendi offers a materialist, hence ultimately atomist, account of the passions as a function of the vegetative soul, including desire and fear, and motivating pleasure and pain. They are ultimately governed, however, by the rational and immaterial soul. There are broadly any number of cognitive faculties and attributes that may be built out of or be produced by atoms. Gassendi suggests, countering the Lactantius's complaints, that the senses, though thought, memory, the mind, genius, or reason, cannot be so constructed. As with the passions, though there are limits, a viable atomist story can be told of sensory phenomenon and idea formation, though not reason of its allied phenomenon. Yet there is clearly some gray area, as memory in particular seems open to a purely materialist account. Memory loss results from a physical change in the brain resulting from undernourishment. Folds in the brain matter preserve the physical embodiment of memory, but a deficiency in nutrition leads to the deterioration of these folds. A similar Cartesian view appears in the Treatise of Man. Materialism, libertinism, and ethics. The thoroughgoing nature of Gassendi's atomism has led numerous commentators from Descartes to Marx to view him as taking all worldly structures and behaviors to be explicable by the interaction of material bodies. According to this picture, Gassendi leaves little, if any, room for the existence of non-material substance or its relevance to metaphysical or natural accounts. One piece of putative evidence for materialism is Gassendi's corpus. In Gassendi's corpus is this extension of atomist explanation from all physical phenomena to a large range of non-physical phenomena, including aspects of the mental, social, and ethical. This is not entirely compelling, as we have seen in the materialist underpinnings of our mental apparatus is relevant to only some portion of his psychology. The second piece of suggested evidence for Gassendi's materialism is his historiographical and rhetorical in character. Epicurus and Lucretius were the great ancient materialists. Gassendi is their great early modern exponent, hence Gassendi too was a materialist, his church-oriented misgivings notwithstanding. This thesis requires thinking of Gassendi as holding closeted views relative to the church and Holy Writ, and indeed many of his views are highly nuanced in this regard, like his stance on Galileo. It is not clear, however, that Gassendi intends anything other than a careful delimited set of accounts of materialist ilk, within what he considers to be the proper realm of the physical. Strictly speaking, though, materialism is not a doctrine by degrees, and that Gassendi proposed claim of the material extends beyond the reach of other competing views of his time does not make him a materialist in a pure sense. A third piece of suggested evidence was Gassendi's membership in the group known as the Libertines Erudites. Other members of this diverse group on a broad construal include Guy Patin, Pierre Chiron, Francis de Lavoyer-Lamoth, Gabriel Naud, Théophile Devoy, and Cyrano de Bergerac. Molaire is also sometimes considered to have belonged to the Libertines, and he is thought to have studied under Gassendi's informal tutelage. Gassendi's ties to the Libertines also brought him in contact with a range of other intellectuals and artists, the latter including most notably Nicolas Poussin. In the Libertines, constituting more of a literary salon than a philosophically and scientifically oriented Mersenne circle, promoted a morality determined by reason, stripped of theological considerations, and defined on an individualistic basis. In their commitment to intellectual liberty, they professed a diverse mix of metaphysical and epistemic views, especially materialism, skepticism, rationalism, deism, and Epicureanism. Each party in the group offering a different mix. They were politically and socially savvy enough to promote their libertine views in a manner and style that verges on the secretive. Such secrecy as a guiding stylistic force can be seen in aspects of Gassendi's writing and rhetorical style, as he frequently makes allusions likely to be understood only by his friends, or the equally erudite constantly draws on expressions from ancient sources to make his own points, and offers a variety of quasi-coded rhetorical elements, most famously including his somewhat hesitant and qualified endorsement of the Copernican model. Owing to their largely individualistic conception of ethics, and in keeping with the Renaissance tradition, the Libertines tended to avoid political theory and larger social issues, focusing instead on self-governance and morality understood in terms of character. Gassendi generally follows this conception as ethics, though he also outlines a broader political theory. Aside from elements of his ethics and rhetoric, it is an open question as to how much effect Gassendi's association with the Libertines had on his views, or for that matter, how much influence he may have had on them. In one area in particular, obeisance to the church and its teachings, he diverges significantly from his libertine counterparts. Gassendi routinely emphasizes the sacred nature of the Holy Writ and the necessity, as well as benefits of amending Epicurean thought to meet strictures of accepted dogma. This adherence suggests that Gassendi's interest in personal responsibility empirical investigation and the underlying nature of matter did not signal a consummate atheistic humanism, denial of spiritual activity, or materialism. If anything, one might suppose that his innovative ethics, scientific method, and physics were artificially constrained by his canonical beliefs. A more accurate reading is that he trod a line between church orthodoxies and the most radical alternatives associated with the mechanical philosophy and early modern ethics, such as we find in Hobbes. Gassendi was a moderate modern thinker, promoting the new against a background of opposition, the potential of which he knew quite well. Though we lack grounds for calling Gassendi a complete materialist moralist, a broad look at his ethics may suggest strong links to his physics. In a Hobbesian manner, this parallel should not be taken too far. Gassendi and Hobbes diverge in the views of human agency and disagree about our unfettered, non-physically determined capacity for moral deliberation. However, they each accept that pleasure in some way motivates moral choice, though Gassendi also makes allowances for the role of irrational appetite. Indeed, insofar as Gassendi considers pleasure to be a materially realized phenomenon, he shares Hobbes' view of the morally correct as something that can be defined in physical terms. However, according to Gassendi and the lessons he draws from his Epicurean and Stoic sources, any spiritually related pleasure trumps any materially related one. The truest pleasures, hence goods, are defined along the lines of Epicurean ataraxia, attainment of tranquility, and Christian virtues, including, in particular, love of God and friendship and goodwill among persons. The guarantee of our ability to seek tranquility or fulfill these virtues is our free intellectual judgment, the libertas. Such a freedom consists of the ability of our intellects to choose between good and evil, and this in turn yields our capacity for volition or free will. Free will is the ability to exercise conscious and are also key components underlying Gassendi's views on society and the body politic. Gassendi agrees with Hobbes and shares the Lucretian inspiration that individuals in pre-social settings are motivated by fear and desire for betterment, which leads them to join a commonwealth and concede at least some rights. For Hobbes, the motivation is driven mechanically, and the commonwealth entails foregoing individual rights in return for security. For Gassendi, on the other hand, the motivation is driven by irreducible reason consideration in favor of the stability of social convention. Further, the social contract leaves intact at least those freedoms and liberties which, to begin with, figured in rational choice of the contract over the state of individual insecurity. Gassendi veers from strict physicalism, proposing that societies are organized by social agreements chosen through operations of the immaterial animus. Space and time. Space and time. Even putting aside the framework of atoms and void, the Gassendist ontology poses an alternative to rival Aristotelian and Cartesian views with respect to space and time. Gassendi's conception of time and space is absolute. Time flows uniformly, irrespective of any motion, and space is uniformly extended, regardless of any objects that may be contained within it. Indeed, both space and time predate creation and are infinite in character. Gassendi borrows heavily on the themes set out by earlier Italian space and time theorists, including Campanella, Bruno, Talisio, and Patrici. One possible advance is suggesting by his discussion of such an ontology as a prelude to his matter theory. Space and time are preconditions for the existence of substance rather than properties of substance as the Aristotelians would have it. In this regard, Roquet proposes that Gassendi's ontology provides atoms as stable entities and absolute spacetime as stable environment, which together allow for greater reliability of empirical data, hence a greater reliability of our data reception. The notion is that those data have some fixity at the source, at least given that the spacetime environment that contain material elements giving rise to such data are unbended by relativistic position to anything else. Naturally, such fixity would be only a necessary condition and even fails to provide guarantees at the level of basic sensory data, which Gassendi recognizes in his discussion of the skepticist tropes. Gassendi's notion of a non-relative space stands in direct contrast to the Cartesian Plenus account, which suggests that space is just a place as defined by the extension of the resident and universal matter. The contrast bears a clear result relative to matter theory. Descartes has looked is locked into a view of matter as infinitely divisible in order to account for the absence of void or what accounts to the same thing. The omnipresence of matter, Gassendi, on the other hand, is free to pose the existence of atoms and the void where matter is located in space, but is neither defined by nor definitive of that space. Logic. Broadly speaking, Gassendi expresses some three notions of logic in the Syntagma. The first, enunciated in the History of Logic section that appears immediately prior to the Institutio Logica, suggests a picture of logic along heuristic and didactic lines in the matter of Ramus, whose theory Gassendi lauds as a guide to organizing and presenting existing knowledge. The second suggests that logic consists in the Aristotelian syllogistic, the understanding thereof, and related methodological concerns. The third suggests that logic consists in the study and the use of causal reasoning and related methodological concerns, most notably including the exposition of the regressus demonstrativa theory in the matter of Zarabella and Nifo. This notion expressly contradicts his exercitation's view that such causal reason cannot be justified. These latter two notions yield the main thrust of the Incitatio, though the discussion of demonstration in Book 4 has clear Ramus debts. They also have great currency for Gassendi, who typically crafts his use of syllogism and causal inference and method after his Institutio conceptions, or at least signals that he intends to do so. The same may not be said for his Ramus conception, for although he makes ample use of rhetoric, he does not turn to definitions, distribution, or divisions for the purpose of diagramming or expounding existing knowledge for the logic of Ramus in any way that matches his interest in the traditionally Aristotelian conception of analysis as problem solving. It has been suggested that a fourth notion, a psychologistic account of cognitive operations and perceptions in particular, is a prominent goal of Gassendi's logic. While such discussions forms part of the Institutio presentation, it is by no means the main goal of the work of Gassendi's conception of logic. This can be seen from the thrust and length of his discussion of the first three elements, and in particular the syllogistic and causal reasoning and their attendant methodologies. The scientific endeavor, astronomy, optics, and mechanics. Gassendi's science is philosophically noteworthy in the way that Descartes or Kepler's science is, drawing on a robust set of views on the nature of the world and what we know of it. His scientific work in astronomy, optics, and mechanics is of particular import in suggesting how we should pursue a purely empirical picture of the world within the limitations of our sensory access and the constraints of tradition. The principal elements of Gassendi's astronomy include global embrace of empirical method, advanced instrumentation and measurement, and interest in the unusual celestial phenomenon, and a partially masked defense of Copernicanism. His embrace of an empiricist astronomy can be gauged by his voluminous recorded observations, some presumably with the telescope lens sent by his friend Galileo, carried out in concert with a league of fellow observers strung across Europe and the Near East. A primary goal of these recorded observations was to confirm and extend the Rudolphine tables, the project set up by Tycho Brahe and completed by Kepler to facilitate calculation of the planet's position, which goal in itself suggests Gassendi's adherence to Keplerian heliocentrism. Another facet of Gassendi's empiricist astronomy was his denunciation of astrology as crafted independent of any ideas from the senses, impervious to the correction by experiment or observation, and thus as failing to qualify as natural or experiential knowledge. This view brought him into direct and bitter conflict with Jean-Baptiste Morin, who also suspected Gassendi of an arch-Copernicanism that was not only against church teachings, but would obviate the astrological structure central to Morin's theories. Gassendi's close interest in observation also led to employ the camera obscura to gauge variations in the apparent diameter of the moon in accordance with the orbit of the Earth and the apparent diameter of the sun. Further in his work with Puresque, Gassendi tackled the problem of determining longitude by reference to lunar eclipses, later working towards this goal with Claude Mellon on the first effort to chart the moon. Gassendi's interest in unusual celestial phenomenon dates back as early as 1621, when he observed the colorful illumination of the sky and dubbed these lights aurora borealis. Based on his correspondence with observers as far away as the Levant, he located the source of the illumination as very high altitude above the northern polar region. In 1629, he observed the rare phenomenon of the perihelia, or false suns, which he explained in his Perihelia Soles in terms of the reflection of sunlight by ice and snow or snow crystals at high altitude. This account, shown to be accurate in the 19th century, relies on the views of Gassendi and Peiresc based on the microscopical observations that crystal formations of snow and ice are highly reflective. The great triumph of Gassendi's scanning the skies was his observation of Mercury's transit before the sun in 1631, the first such recorded observation and a confirmation of Kepler's prediction of the planetary orbits in accordance with the three laws. This confirmation in turn enabled the subsequent calculations of the distance between the Earth, the Sun, and the other planets. The most controversial element in Gassendi's astronomy concerns whether and to what extent he may be counted as a defender of Galileo and the Copernican view. That there is little question that he sympathized with Galileo and that he was fully aware of the merits of Copernicanism, at times defending the view and some of its main planks openly. Yet he was also clearly concerned with allegiance to Holy Writ as interpreted by the Church, and to this end offers a church-friendly account of the condemnation that focuses not on the underlying heliocentrism, but on particularities of the Galilean model. His considered judgment is the Tychonian model is preferable to the Ptolemaic model, but also the Copernican model, in the latter case simply because the heliocentric picture does not fit with the church teachings. He hastens to suggest, however, that these teachings are themselves warranted by our own current empirical evidence, the implication being that such truth and the concomitant rejection of Copernicanism might well be reversible. Closely related to Gassendi's interest in astronomy are a number of issues in optics, where he sought to articulate the physiological model of vision and a physical model of light. In so doing, Gassendi contributed to the early modern efforts that would eventuate in distinguishing these two ends of traditional optics. His integrated optics model follows an Epicurean and Lucretian intromission view that vision is a function of rays of light atoms or image-bearing atoms that are received by our internal apparatus for vision. The structure of this apparatus was of great concern to Gassendi and his early collaborators on naturalist projects. Peiresc. The premise of their work was that Kepler was largely correct in postulating an optical image that gathers many rays into a coherent representation in the eye, focused on the retina by the crystalline lens. What troubled Gassendi and Peiresc, however, was the notion that such an image as cast upon the retina would be inverted, leaving the problem of identifying how we see the world as right side up. Seeking a physiological solution, as against any psychological capacity that writes the inverted image, they suggested that the retina itself acts as a mirror which writes the inverted image projected upon it. Another aspect of this integrated approach to optics was a reliance on the internal perceptual phenomenon to account for external phenomenon regarding appearances, illusory or otherwise. This was not a universally held view, even in the age of optics of light and vision. In addition to Gassendi's interest in perihelia, he also sought to explain apparent discrepancies in the size of the sun and moon at different hours by reference to the visual experience produced by light phenomenon. Thus, these bodies appear larger on the horizon than their apogee because the pupil dilates from the differential exposure of the light at the horizon. In fact, all such apparent differences are produced by the distance effect of surface features of the area from which the celestial body is viewed. One key driver of such an appeal to the interaction of light behavior and our visual apparatus is Gassendi's view that some explanatory role must be played here by the common atomic structure underlying the images intromitted into our eyes and the light rays cast by celestial bodies, which are understood as creating such images. Gassendi's mechanics shows that the strong influence of the Galilean program. He addresses the law of free fall twice, first in a faulty treatment in De Muto 1642, and next in the corrected fashion in the proportion 1646. In the earlier work, Gassendi focuses on forces compelling the falling body, which he takes to comprise the attractive force of magnetism and the propelling force of air behind the falling body. The combination of forces he suggests allows for the Galilean law that the distance traveled by bodies in free fall is proportional to the time of fall squared. However, Gassendi mistakenly takes increases in velocity and in distances to be equivalent, leading him to manufacture a false need for a greater velocity attained than what would be produced by the attractive force alone. In De Proportione, he acknowledges this error, amends his calculation, and retreats to a causal account that rests on a single force of the terrestrial magnetic attraction. This is not one of Gassendi's empirical triumphs, though. In neither work does he make any specific reference to observation or experiments. One notable success in the experimental domain is his performance of the Galilean test of dropping a stone from the mast of a moving ship. According to Muto, once dropped, Gassendi shows the stone conserves its horizontal speed equal to that of the ship before being released, and his motion describes a parabola given its own downward fall. The result successfully refutes one simple anti-Copernican argument by showing that the Earth can move without super adding motion to terrestrial objects otherwise in motion, which superaddition opponents of Copernicanism correctly maintain would generate much havoc in the motion of terrestrial objects. This much Galileo surmised in his original thought experiment, though the performance was excellent publicity for the Galilean perspective and an opportunity for Gassendi to think through the issue at stake. In this regard, Gassendi was able to take a step beyond Galileo's conclusion, drawing from this test a generalized principle of inertia. The Galilean version of inertia was fundamentally circular. Given that bodies in motion would trace the Earth's curve, Gassendi saw that the motion of a drop stone at a sustained speed in the absence of any contrary force or obstacle is an instance of inertial motion, albeit one where the motion is compositionally describing the parabola. Indeed, neither compositionality nor directionality had any impact on inertial motion. Gassendi concluded any body set in motion in any direction continues unless unimpeded in rectilinear path. Other accomplishments in physics include a compelling measurement of the speed of sound, showing that sound travels at the same speed no matter the nature of its pitch, and the first satisfactory interpretation of the Pascalian barometry experiment. In his account of the Poisson experiment, Gassendi proposes that variations in air pressure are relative to atmospheric conditions and altitude, as the air is an elastic gas. He also suggests that this experiment, which he repeats in Toulon in 1650, shows that created vacuum is possible, at least as accumulated among parts of the air particles in the instrument sealed by the mercury column in the experimental apparatus. In establishing the elasticity of air as a gas and accumulated void as a result of the particle displacement, Gassendi evokes his ontology of atoms and the void. Impact and influence. Gassendi's views were often transmitted in the early modern era through the medium of Francois Bernier's Abrege 1678-84, which work highlights the atomist view and the materialist tendencies of Gassendism. Such themes, as well as empiricist threads of Gassendism, were attractive to a number of late 17th century physicists and physicians and other philosophers, as well as those among the Montemore circle of libertines. Still others, especially Cartesians, such as Descartes and Courtemoy, were rather distasteful of those themes, as were hardline theologians such as Louis Valois. As Lenin, Brackless, and others have noted, Gassendi's overall influence in the French education system was not a match for the Cartesian alternatives, and his views were considered especially unworthy after his atomist views gained currency in England. The British success of Gassendism had three textual sources. In addition to the Opera Omnia and Bernier's Abrege, Walter Charlatan produced a selective and amended English translation of parts of the versions, intermingled with other sources of his own perspectives. 1654. There was as well a group of atomist enthusiasts in the Newcastle Circle and a small existing British Epicurean club whose members included Kellam Digby and Nathaniel Highmore. This backdrop of sympathetic sources, not entirely faithful to the original, allowed a substantial and diffuse influence of Gassendi's views in British thought. We see Gassendism shaping the work of lesser figures such as Francis Glisson, who embraced his vis motrix, and Thomas Wills, who crafted a materialist theory of neural transmission based on Gassendi's view, but also such major thinkers as Boyle, Locke, Newton, Hume, and Reid. Those sources of influence themselves were sufficiently diffuse that it is difficult to make precise Gassendi's imprint on these later authors, except that they were explicitly acknowledged their debts. Boyle finds Gassendi's thinking agreeable in three aspects. First, he embraces Gassendi's criticism of Descartes' ontological argument as rooted in assumption as to the nature of God's impervious to proof. Second, he follows the Gassendist model of placing empiricism and experiment at the center of a viable scientific method. Third, he praises Gassendi's corpuscularian theory as a worthy ontology for the mechanical model of explanation, hastening to add that further experimentation should give sufficient demonstration of the variety of atomism. Indeed, he refuses to judge between the Gassendist and Cartesian alternatives, presumably on the grounds that we cannot produce evidence to decide the issue of matter's infinite divisibility. As Locke is concerned, it is by now well established that he may have read Gassendi directly and almost certainly read Bernier. The evidence of influence shows up in some central Lockean thesis, the corpuscular philosophy. Here he follows Boyle as surely as he does Gassendi, primary and secondary qualities distinctions, a view also held by Boyle, Descartes, Galileo, and others still, and a broad commitment to empiricism, including the negative thesis against innate ideas and the positive thesis identifying sensory data as the primary source of ideas. We also see Gassendi's likely inspiration of Locke's probabilist embrace of an understanding of natural philosophy, though less than certain claims about the world, though his subpar ranking of sensitive apprehension of the world is a rejection of the Gassendist picture of sensory knowledge as the best for which we might hope. Locke's theory of language, too, reveals Gassendi's influence. The notion of a nominal essence resonates with the proposal of the Institutio Logica that the meaning of general terms is a function of our sensory-based ideas, which contribute to our picture of the properties we typically associate with the objects of those terms. Finally, in regards to ethics, Locke offers a perfectly Gassendist linkage between good and evil on the one hand and pleasure and pain on the other. And like Gassendi celebrates the notion of personal autonomy, though he locates the seat of moral judgments in external norms, most prominently the natural law, rather than any internal ideal or virtue such as Gassendi upholds. Newton reveals various interesting Gassendi's themes dating to an early reading of his student days. For one, he adapts the notion of Aristotelian substance and accidental fail to define all existence, and along with Barrow, who likely read Gassendi as well, suggests that absolute space and time represent the fundamental ontological framework into which matter and its phenomenon are located. For another, he espouses a form of the mechanical philosophy, albeit one that departs from orthodoxy as pronounced by Gassendi, in that God plays a significant and sustained role in determining the course of natural phenomena. Here he follows Gassendi's thought most closely in admitting atoms to his ontology, nearly replicating Gassendi's list of atomic properties, proposing that atomic structure yields chemical bonds that account for the structure of larger bodies, and endorsing the Gassendist notion that of light as flowing in a stream of atoms, in opposition to the Cartesian wave theory promoted by Hooke and Huygens. In the spirit of Boyle, though, Newton tends to treat his matter theory as instrumentally useful rather than universal hypothesis in search of further instances. In this way, he hopes to avoid the hard question about our ability to summon empirical verification of their existence or precise character. One famous Newtonian methodological dictum indicates there are aspects of atoms we can know. However, in the Principia 1687, Newton suggests a transdictive principle of Gassendi's provenance, also embraced by Locke, according to which the basic properties of bodies on the micro scale, the least particles of all bodies, may be inferred from such properties of bodies as we have evidence of on the macro scale. Hume is less interested in affirming ontologies than in showing why we have no good reason to invest belief in them, and accordingly picks up the rather different Gassendist theme of coming to terms with the ancient skeptics. His moderate or constructive skepticism is founded on doubts concerning the possibility of justified belief, focusing on the problem of induction as the great difficulty undercutting our ability to know about the world, lacking rational justification. We simply fall back on induction as a practicable means of grasping and managing our experience of events. Here we see a striking similarity with Gassendi's assessment, beginning with the observation that justifying any generalization of particulars requires something beyond our cognitive powers, namely our empirical knowledge of all such particulars. From this point, Hume draws the Gassendist lesson that induction cannot be demonstrative for lack of this generalization step, or the supposition that apart from those enumerated there occurs none which is different. Finally, Hume's proposed resolution also resembles Gassendist's notion that we might simply posit as a matter of utility the conformity of all remaining unenumerated particulars. In the late 18th century, we see Gassendi's influence on Reid's theory of external knowledge. This theory is central on the notion of what he recalls suggestions or the evincing in us by our sensory data of concepts corresponding to the qualities of things in the world. In the broad sense, suggestion consists of a signing relationship as a matter of convention, custom, or biology between things or events in the world which may be construed as signs. In the case of convention signs, these may be linguistic or symbolic entities, and what those things or events signify here redraws on the long tradition of the theory of signs, like relying on the instance of Gassendi in particular, relative to the distinction between conventional, artificial, and customary and biological, natural. Gassendi's influence spread further still beyond Britain in the modern era. The young Leibniz consciously followed Gassendi in embracing atomism, later retaining high regard for mechanism but abandoning the material model of substance in favor of monadology. Christian Huygens pursued numerous Gassendist themes, including anti-Aristotelianism, probabilism, a method of hypothesis, and atomist matter theory. Gassendi's libertine, atomist, empiricist, and quasi-heliocentric views also met with keen interest further afield among like-minded philosophers and natural scientists in the early modern Poland, Italy, and Spain. In more recent times, Gassendi would come to be seen as anticipating such notable views as Mill's proposal that mathematical knowledge is empirical, and Popper's notion that empirical falsibility is a test of hypothesis prima facie viability. And finally, recent commentary on Gassendi. The precise place of Gassendi in the history of early modern philosophy and science is only partly articulated in recent scholarship, which has tended to focus on one aspect or another of his thought and to portray Gassendi primarily as an opponent of one or another contemporary to the neglect of his positive theses. The laudable goal of such contextualist study is to demonstrate his key role in important debates in the era, yet the picture that emerges from deliberation on these commentaries is rather Gassendi's relative eclipse by other figures, notably Descartes. For example, one historic approach highlights a strong anti-Aristotelian strain which guides Gassendi's early criticism of the scholastic as well as his later Epicurean works. From this perspective, Gassendi may be seen fighting the same battles as Descartes and losing in any such comparison because he engages his foes with generally lesser flash and apparently less sophisticated or at least less novel weaponry. Another common approach is to emphasize historicist and rhetorical elements of Gassendi's method as employed in his conversations and correspondence with members of the Mersenne circle. Gassendi's role in the context was by no means marginal, and it is impossible to downplay the centrality of the circle in modern scientific debate. Yet the most important figure to grow from this group was not actually an active participant in it, and this was Descartes. Mersenne, of course, is the other core personality in this context, and so Gassendi by default is at best a third. Gassendi perhaps fares worse in comparison with Descartes in recent discussions of their direct conflict over the Meditations, where Gassendi's anti-Cartesian views are presented as a prism through which we may best perceive the spectrum of his views. There is undoubtedly a case to be made that he represents the most prominent alternative to Descartes in his time. However, highlighting this story encourages the view that Gassendi deserves no more than a footnote status and emphasizes, at least historically speaking, his role as the losing alternative. Another fashion has it that Gassendi's doctrinal beliefs from the foundation of or otherwise influence his philosophical and scientific views. One such perspective suggests that his spiritual concerns and materialist ontology jointly shape the character of his metaphysics, leading to irresolvable internal conflict. Another perspective has it that his theological views, and specifically his voluntarism, lead him to his empiricism, but it's not clear that Gassendi is best understood as laboring in a service of doctrinal credo, or as motivating his philosophical view by appeals to his theological sensibility. He indeed tailored his Epicurean views to meet theological constraints and endorses the only astronomical worldview he believes acceptable to the Church, that of Tycho Brahe. Yet Gassendi's definitive criterion for any physical, metaphysical, or epistemological thesis is approximation to the truth, which is empirically determined. On the other hand, some theologically inspired claims are woven into the fabric of his metaphysics and psychology. For example, there are two souls, one sensitive and the other spiritual, and the latter is required in order to satisfy religious demands for immortal unity, attached to, but not susceptible to, the fate of the material body. But in such cases, Gassendi is generally clear about non-philosophical motives, introducing such corrections or additions to his reasons or empirically demonstrated views as are necessary by the dictates of faith or scripture. He frequently defends the primacy of Roman Catholicism and faith over natural reason, yet easily distinguishes between objects of scientific and theological investigation and reflection, to suggest that he arrives at the core tenets of his metaphysics or epistemology in order to draw out the ultimate consequences of theology, thereby misconstrues his broad philosophical motives as well as his particular reflexive and investigative strategies. By contrast, another element of recent scholarship highlights Gassendi's philosophical motivations and strategies in sensu stricto in the years during and following the Second World War. Bernard Rousseau began this trend by bringing to light numerous lesser-known texts as well as the manuscript background to Gassendist atomism. More recently, Fred and Emily Michael have called attention to the empiricist sources and features of Gassendi's psychology and epistemology. Others offering assessments of Gassendi's views are similarly strict philosophical terms include Wolfgang Tittel, Marco Masseri, and Antonio Lordo. In this interpretive tradition, Richard Popkin elegantly poses the global character of the empiricism linked to Gassendist philosophy and science. Popkin in 1967 ties together two central facets of Gassendi's thought, proposing that the constructive skepticism at the core of his epistemology is an attempt, among other things, to show how to have an atomist science through inference based on our data concerning appearances. The starting point of Gassendi's philosophy, in Popkin's view, is skepticism about knowledge of essences, mitigated by the allowance for warranted beliefs about appearances and causal knowledge to which we are entitled just because it helps to make sense of beliefs about appearances. Among the intriguing element of Popkin's assessment is the suggestion that Gassendi promotes an earlier prototype of inference to the best explanation, defending atomism by appealing to its explanatory value. Gassendi's strategy is a bit more complicated, for he cannot grasp that the evidence could be equally compelling for all competing theses, given his view that atomism and the physical thesis, which best makes ineligible our experimental data to begin with. The underlying methodological suggestion is that in considering among physical theses, the way we understand and interpret correlative data about appearances may depend on which thesis we are entertaining. In calling attention to Gassendi's appeal to inference of the best explanation, Popkin identifies a principal challenge in binding together principal themes of Gassendi's corpus, how to be an atomist and thoroughly empiricist at once. Okay, so there you have it. Gassendi in full, almost 2 full hours of Gassendi. A lot of important information and different ideas related to a whole host of topics. The rise of science and empiricism, and connection to the rise of science, influence on Newton, Locke, Boyle. Also, saying, like I mentioned at the beginning, the chess players that recorded in the annals of history as the ones who lost to the famous players. That Gassendi kind of falls into that as the person who had the most prominent alternative to Descartes, of which Descartes proves to be more famous and more remembered. But it said that Gassendi is extremely important. Possibly known as the third most famous person in the Mersenne circle. And next, we'll move on to the fourth most important person of the Mersenne circle, Arnauld, who is more theological than empirical or science, although Arnauld will have important aspects for the rise of science, major influence on Newton, interaction with Newton, criticism, a lot of back and forth with different important people. So next we will cover Arnauld, who is a little bit younger than Gassendi, and is a contemporary with Pierre Bayle, who we discussed yesterday, and has direct interaction and discourse with Leibniz. So I'm going to take a 1 or 2 minute break. I'm going to go get my mail and use the restroom, and then we'll finish up. And this one's pretty long too. It'll probably take me a full 2 hours to read through this next one also. So we'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, so we're back, and now we will cover Antoine Arnauld, and you're also extremely important for the Mersenne circle, um, contemporary of Descartes, and more theologically bent, and will also lead into our next series on Leibniz. You see some of the connection from Cartesianism to Leibnizianism and the precursors of these thoughts on various topics of mind-body dualism, the creation of Cartesian philosophy, but also certain elements of what is a substance and modal metaphysics that we'll see also further in our deep study of Descartes. Okay, this is pretty long, so probably at least 2 hours. Antoine Arnauld, 1612 to 1694, was a powerful figure in the intellectual life of 17th century Europe. He had a long and highly controversial career as a theologian and was an able and influential philosopher. His writings were published and widely read over a period of more than 50 years and were assembled in 1775 to 82 in a 42 large folio volumes. Evaluation of Arnauld's work as a theologian vary. Ian Hacking, for example, says that Arnauld was perhaps the most brilliant theologian of all time. Ronald Knox, on the other hand, said it was the fashion among the Jansenists to represent Antoine Arnauld as a great theologian. He should be remembered rather as a great controversialist, a theologian by trade. Arnold was a barrister by instinct. It is agreed on all sides, however, that Arnauld was acute and learned in theology as well as philosophy. Arnauld was an important participant in the philosophical debates of his century and carried out famous intellectual exchanges with Descartes, Mellenbach, and Leibniz. In addition, the Port Royal Logic, which he co-authored with Pierre Nicole, was a standard text in the field of 2 centuries. Less attention has been paid to Arnauld's lifelong efforts to reconcile the doctrine of grace with freedom of will, though they have many connections with the debate about determinism and free will that continue to this day. Life and works. Antoine Arnauld was born in Paris on February 6, 1612, the 20th and last child of an important French family. He is often referred to in the French literature as the Grand Arnauld. Another famous member of his family was his sister, Mary Angelique Arnauld, installed by her wealthy and powerful father as abbess of the convent of Port Royal in 1602. At the age of 11, she later reformed the convent, and it became a center of intense religious life. Several of Arnauld's sisters were nuns at Port Royal, where his mother joined them after the death of his father in 1621. The young Antoine attended the College de Calvis Sorbonne, where one of his fellow students was his nephew, Isaac Lemaitre de Sacre. Arnauld went on to study philosophy at the College de Lisieux and then decided to follow his father's steps as a lawyer. However, under the influence of his mother and confessor, Jean Duverre, the abbot of St. Cyran, he changed his mind and began studies in theology in 1633. About 1640, he joined a small group of solitaires who lived in the countryside near Port Royal that were associated with the convent. These included Pierre Nicole, Claude Lancelot, and Sasse. The solitaires initiated the Petite Écoles de Port Royal, which continued in various locations during the 1630s until 1660. Their students included the dramatist Jean Racine. Later on, Arnauld cooperated with Sasse in the first important French translation of the Bible. He also co-authored the Grammar Generale et de Raison with Lancelot and the Logique à l'Art de Penser, hereinafter Logic, with Nicole. All of these collaborative projects had their origins in the Petite Écoles. Blaise Pascal was closely associated with the Solitaires beginning in 1655. The year 1641 was eventful for Arnauld. He was ordained priest on September 21st. During the year, he completed the fourth objection to Descartes' meditation and wrote De la Frequente Communion, published in 1643. The first work established his reputation as a philosopher. The second went through many editions and had an effect on Catholic sacramental practice up to the end of the 19th century. Jansen's Augustinus was also published in Paris in 1641, having been published previously in the Netherlands a year earlier. It was attacked by the official theologian of Paris, Isaac Hebert, who preached a series of sermons against Jansen in the Cathedral of Paris during Lent 1643. Arnauld, who had arrived at the interpretation of Augustine similar to, though not identical with that of Jansen, undertook the request of Saint Cyran to defend Jansen against the accusation of heresy. This he did in his premier Apology pour Jansenius, 1644, and the second Apology, 1645. Although Arnauld did not agree with important details of Jansen's view, he continued to defend Jansen against the charge of heresy off and on for the rest of his life. In 1653, the famous five propositions attributed to Jansen were declared to be heretical by Pope Innocent X, and the Constitution cum occasionale Arnauld and most of the Port Royal group claimed that the five propositions, although heretical on their most likely interpretation, were not in fact Jansen's work. The dispute led Arnauld's expulsion from the Sorbonne after a celebrated trial, which lasted from December 1st, 1655 to January 30, 1656. Pascal came to Arnauld's defense with the provincial letters, published in installments from January 23rd to 1656 to May 1657. The dispute lasted until 1669, when the French bishops who supported Arnauld worked out a compromise with Pope Clement IX, and Arnauld enjoyed almost a decade of good graces of both the court and the Pope. During this time, Arnauld wrote voluminously on the Eucharist, but he also found time to co-author the Port Royal Grammar and Logic and to write his Nouveaux Elements de Geometry. However, in the late 1670s, the attacks on Port Royal by civil and religious authorities resumed. And in 1675, Arnauld fled to the Netherlands, where he remained until his death in Liege on August 8, 1694. The last 15 years of Arnauld's life, spent in a self-imposed exile, were among his most fruitful in philosophy. During this period, he carried on his debate with Malebranche and Leibniz, and also re-examined his position on human free will. Arnauld published criticism of Malebranche beginning in 1683 with On True and False Ideas, hereafter Ideas, but the central topic of the exchange was Malebranche's use of occasionalism to explain how it is that not all human beings are saved. Arnauld provided a systematic criticism of the position in the 3 volumes of Reflections, published in 1685 and 86. Arnauld's famous correspondence with Leibniz was initiated by Leibniz in 1686, when he sent Arnauld the second headings of his projected discourse on metaphysics. Arnauld and the distinction between philosophy and theology. Arnauld considered it important to be clear about the distinction between philosophy and theology. This concern is present in his work from the beginning of 1641 to the end of his published writings. Thus, he divides the 4 objections to Descartes' Meditations into the possible philosophical objections regarding the major issues of the nature of our mind and of God, and the problems which a theologian might come up against in the work of a whole. One of Arnauld's criticism of Malebranche is that he does not establish many of the principles in his systems of nature and grace, either by proper methods of philosophy or of theology. Again, in Regel's, written the year before his death, Arnauld warns, be very careful about the nature of the question in dispute, whether it is philosophical or theological. For if it is theological, it must be decided principally by authority, whereas if it is philosophical, it must be decided principally by reason. According to Arnauld, the chief purpose of theology is to defend the truths revealed by God through sacred scripture and the teaching tradition of the church. Part of the ceremony in which he received the doctorate in theology for the Sorbonne was a vow made before the altar of the holy martyrs that we will give our lives before leaving the truth undefended. In the speech he gave on that occasion, Arnauld emphasizes the vow, which he said was instituted because the obligation to defend the truth with force and courage is so indispensable in a theologian that those whose courage in this regard could weaken should be committed to it by the holiness and piety of a solemn public vow. This intense religious commitment to his role as a theologian continued throughout his life. Combined with his combative personality, it helps to explain the passion which he defended individual theologians, especially Saint Cyran and Jansen, as well as what he took to be the truths of revelation. Regarding philosophy, Arnauld, like Descartes, held that its purpose was to acquire useful knowledge through reason, that reason ought to be employed only in the pursuit of useful knowledge is emphasized in the opening pages of Logic. Arnauld and Nicole said that speculative sciences such as geometry, astronomy, and physics can be used as instruments for perfecting judgment and reason. This provides a use for some of the nooks and crannies of those sciences, which would otherwise be completely worthless. They go on to say, people are not born to spend their time measuring lines, examining the relations between angles, or contemplating different motions of matter. The mind is too large, life too short, time too precious to occupy oneself with such trivial objects. But they are obligated to be just, fair, and judicious in all of their speech, their actions, and their business they conduct. Above all, they ought to train and educate themselves for this. Arnold did not think, however, that philosophical sciences are useful only as instruments for acquiring virtues. Natural philosophy or physics can be made to serve the good of human life in many ways, and even metaphysics is useful in that it can help the theologian in the task of defending the truth. An outstanding example of the sort of usefulness in Arnold's view was Descartes' argumentation for the distinction of the soul or mind from the body. Arnauld refers to Descartes as a Christian philosopher, echoing Descartes' own use of the phrase in the letter dedicating the meditation on first philosophy to the faculty of theology of the Sorbonne, where Descartes says that he carried out the injunction of the Fourth Lateran Council that Christian philosophers should try to prove the immortality of the soul. The authorities most often cited by Arnauld are Augustine and Aquinas in theology, and Augustine, Aquinas, and Descartes in philosophy. Arnauld's attitude towards these predecessors is complex. From the outset of his published work in philosophy, he claimed that Augustinian themes were present in Descartes. However, in his later work, beginning with On True and False Ideas in 1683, he began to cite Aquinas frequently, as well as Augustine, both in philosophy and theology. Thus, in the 181 folio pages of Ideas, which Arnauld describes as dealing with purely philosophical topics, he cites Augustine 20 times and Aquinas 6 times, always claiming that they agree with Descartes and with his own position. Similarly, in the theological part of Reflections, Arnauld relies heavily on Aquinas' Christology, while arguing that Mellenbrock's theodicity leads him into heterodox, if not downright heretical positions. Again, in his late work on the problem of human free will and grace, Arnauld took over what he says to be the Thomistic position that the will is free when it is potestas o faculties ad apposita. And in the controversy with Nicole, and over Nicole's theory of a general grace, Arnauld relied heavily on Aquinas' account of cognition. So frequently did Arnauld rely on Thomistic formulations in his later work that his friends reproached him for abandoning Augustine in order to follow Aquinas, thus preferring the disciple to the master. This reproach has to do directly with Arnauld's rejection of the Platonism in Augustine and Jensen. But as shown below, Arnauld late in his career also parted company with Augustine and Jensen on the nature of human free will and with Jensen's account of the nature of actual grace. Arnauld had a scholarly knowledge of the history of philosophy and theology and was certainly aware of the important differences among Augustine, Aquinas, and Descartes on such issues as the role of sense perception in human knowledge, the relation of the mind to the body, the nature of human freedom. But Arnauld wanted to emphasize the continuity of Descartes with the Christian past. Arnauld feared that Descartes' philosophy would be made into a weapon against the Christian tradition, emphasizing those elements in Descartes' philosophy that are in continuity with Augustine and Aquinas was part of Arnauld's effort to make the Cartesianism an ally rather than an enemy of the faith. Arnold's Cartesianism. Unlike St. Cyran, Jansen, and most of the Port Royalists, Arnold had a positive appreciation of philosophy and a lively interest in the subject. His philosophy is typically and correctly classified as Cartesian. Indeed, Leibniz said in 1691 that Arnauld had been in all ways for Descartes for a long time. Arnauld enthusiastically endorsed Descartes' physics and the approach to the mind-body dualism to which it gave rise. He also adopted some part of Descartes' views on philosophical method. Arnold's Descartes, however, is unlike the Descartes who is seen as the father of the Enlightenment and who anticipated many of the preoccupations of recent analytical philosophy. Arnauld claims to set forth the gist of Descartes' philosophy, but he did not hesitate to replace parts of Descartes' philosophy with different, though related propositions, especially when doing so made Descartes more reliable ally in what Arnauld took to be his primary task to defend the truths of the faith. Philosophical method. In the fourth part of the Logic on Method, Arnauld and Nicole present an account of the distinction between analysis and synthesis that they say is taken from a manuscript of Descartes lent to them by Claire Sellier. What they present is a free translation of the Rule 13 of the Rules for the Direction of the Mind Then they paraphrase the four rules given by Descartes in part 2 of the Discourse on the Method, saying that although the rules are often difficult to follow, yet it is always helpful to bear in mind and to heed them as much as possible whenever we try to find the truth by means of reason. But Arnauld developed the Cartesian position on philosophical method in a distinctive way. In particular, he reshaped the notion of an idea, of a confused idea, of a clear and distinct idea, and of a methodic doubt. An idea, according to Arnauld, is the same thing as a perception in the broad sense of the term characteristic of 17th century philosophy, and every perception has an object distinct from the perception itself. Every idea, every perception is in addition a consciousness of itself, but this implicit reflection makes present to the mind a perception that is in the first place of an object distinct from itself. As Arnauld puts it, I know myself in knowing other things. It is obviously true. He says that we can know objects only through the meditation of our perceptions, our ideas of them. But if by not knowing them immediately is meant being able to know them only by representative beings distinct from perceptions, I hold that is the sense we can know material things as well as God in our soul, not only immediately but also immediately, that we can know them without there being any intermediary between our perceptions and the object. Arnauld says that the object of any perception has objective being in the perception. Furthermore, the object has objective being in the perception as having properties. If an object exists objectively in a given perception as having a given property, then Arnauld says that the perception represents the object as having that property, that is, makes the object present to the mind as having that property. Furthermore, an idea or perception can represent its object to the perceiving mind as having this or that property contingently or necessarily. Arnauld cites the dictum, it is in the idea of each thing that we see its properties, and takes it to refer to an explicit reflection upon the idea that represents its object as having certain properties necessarily. Arnauld argues at length that his theory of ideas was also held by Descartes. This claim has puzzled philosophers from Thomas Reid to the present. A good example of the more common interpretation of Descartes' theories provided by Ian Hacking, who also attributes the theory as he understands it to Port Royal logic. Hacking begins with the first sentence of the first part of the logic. We have no knowledge of what is outside us except by mediation of the ideas within us, and continues, the Cartesian ego has set the sage, the ego able to contemplate what is within it ponders what lies without it. There are some objects that we can contemplate without being logically committed to the existence of anything other than the ego. These objects are ideas. Borrowing an example from Elizabeth Anscombe's comment on Berkeley, Hacking says that the Cartesian and Port Royalist theory, ideas in the minds are paradigm, objects and coins in a man's pocket are not, but the sentence that Hacking quotes from the first part of the logic does not demand the interpretation he gives it. It is consistent with the position Arnauld develops in Ideas, published in the same year as the fifth and last edition of Logic, according to which ideas are primary perceptions of external objects distinct from the perceiver, objects like coins in a man's pocket, and only secondary objects of reflexive perception. Arnauld makes a good case for the claim that this position was also held by Descartes, but the claim is not universally accepted. Arnauld's account of clarity and distinctiveness, obscurity and confusion of ideas can be found in the first part, chapter 9 of the Logic. The discussion proceeds by ways of example rather than general definitions, but it can be summarized as follows. The basic properties of ideas are clarity and confusion. Clarity of ideas is the same as vividness, and this is a matter of degree. The opposite of clarity is obscurity. Confusion of ideas results when a number of ideas are connected by false judgments, and confusion produces obscurity. Opposite to confusedness of ideas is distinctiveness. Arnauld and Nicole applied these distinctions to the idea of pain. We can say that all ideas are distinct insofar as they are clear, and that their obscurity derives only from their confusion, just as in pain the simple sensation which strikes us is clear and also distinct. But what is confused, namely that the sensation is in the hand, is by no means clear in us. Again, Arnauld and Nicole speak of the obscure and confused ideas. We have ostensible qualities, the soul adding its false judgment to what matter nature causes us to know. The simple idea of pain, for example, is a clear and distinct idea of a sensory state in the mind, and the idea of the pain in the hand is compound and confused idea of something in the hand that exactly resembles pain. Being confused, the idea is also obscure because what is in the hand that exactly resembles pain is by no means clear to us. Arnauld's theory of clear and confused ideas implies that ideas, as they are given to us by nature and thus by God, are clear and distinct, and therefore cannot be deceptive or materially false. Any deceptiveness in our ideas derives from the confusedness and as a result of our misuse of freedom. It is not God who confuses us, but we who confuse ourselves. Arnaud's comment on the idea of pain are part of a larger position of ideas and sensations. In a famous passage of the Fourth Objections, Arnauld objected to Descartes' statement, if cold is merely the absence of heat, the idea of cold, which represents it to me as a positive thing, would be materially false. As part of his reply, Descartes says, if cold is simply an absence, the idea of cold is not coldness itself, as it exists objectively in the intellect, but something else which I erroneously mistake for this absence, namely a sensation, which is in fact has no existence outside the intellect. Arnauld developed a general account of sensory ideas that builds on this part of Descartes' reply. He sets out his account clearly as in ideas, sensory ideas, like the idea of pain and the idea of cold, are perceptions of mental states, taken apart from the judgments in which we falsely identify these mental states, which states of material things, sensory ideas are clear and distinct. They become confused, hence obscure, only as a result of the precipitous false judgments of childhood. Arnauld quotes Descartes' Principles of Philosophy in support of his account. We know pain, color, and the other sensations clearly and distinctly when we consider them simply as thoughts. But when we would judge the color pain are things which subsist outside of our thoughts, we do not conceive in any way what that color, that pain is. Arnauld also gives a distinctive interpretation of Descartes' method of doubt in the Fourth Objections Arnauld offers as the first of the problems with which a theologian might come up against in the work as a whole. The following, I am afraid that the author's somewhat free style of philosophizing, which calls everything into doubt, may cause offense to some people. Arnauld recommends that the first meditation be furnished with a brief preface, which explains that there is no serious doubt cast on these matters, but that the purpose is to isolate temporarily those matters which leave room for even the slightest and most exaggerated doubt, and that the clause, since I did not know the author of my being, be replaced since I was pretending that I did not know the author of my being. Arnauld was asking Descartes to make clear that his method did not involve real doubt, but only a consideration of what would happen if I were to doubt. Consider this passage from the Port Royal Logic. If there were people able to doubt that they were not sleeping or were not mad or could even believe that the existence of everything external is uncertain, at least no one could doubt, as St. Augustine said, that one exists, that one is thinking, or that they are alive. From this clear, certain, indubitable knowledge, one can form a rule for accepting as true all thoughts found to be clear as this one appears to be. This is as close as Arnauld comes to using methodological doubt, but it does not imply that one can really doubt the existence of an external world, much less than one ought to do so even once in one's lifetime. It is not clear to what extent Descartes would have agreed with the interpretation of methodic doubt. He did not adopt the first of Arnaud's two suggested revisions. Perhaps he thought that the point was covered in the synopsis of the Meditations, but he did adopt Arnaud's second recommendation by adding some words in parentheses in the sixth meditation. Thus, the second reason for doubt was that since I did not know the author of my being, or at least was pretending not to, I saw nothing to rule out the possibility that my natural constitution may be prone to error, even in matters which seem to be, to me, most true. On the other hand, Descartes begins the Principles of Philosophy with the remark, it seems to that the only way of freeing ourselves from these prejudices of childhood is to make the effort once in the course of our lifetime to doubt everything which we find to contain even the smallest suspicion of error. Here Descartes advocates an effort to develop a real doubt on a wide scale, the sort of advocacy that had aroused Arnaud's theological concern in the Fourth Objections. Arnaud's identification of ideas with perceptions in light of his notion of an extrinsic denomination. As pointed out above, Arnauld identifies an idea with a perception in the broad sense of the term characteristic of 17th century philosophy. Kenneth Peirce employs the notion of an extrinsic denomination to throw new light on this position. In Peirce's word, Arnauld does not intend a straightforward identification of ideas with perceptions, for he draws a semantic distinction between perception and idea. Careful examination of this semantic distinction, he says, will help us achieve a proper understanding of the relationship between perception and ideas. To that end, he makes use of the notion of an extrinsic denomination, a notion which occurs in Arnaud's ideas. In the statement, being conceived in regard to the sun that is in the sky is only an intrinsic denomination, only a relation to the perception which I have of it. Peirce adds that the logic defines an extrinsic denomination as a mode taken from something that is not in the substance, such as love, seen, desired, names derived from the actions of something else. Talking about perceptions and talking about ideas, Peirce says that are two different ways of describing a situation in which a person perceives an object. Such a situation is relational, involving a relation of the perceiver to the object and a relation of the object to the perceiver. The first relation is a real mode in the perceiver. The second is not a real mode, but rather a mere extrinsic denomination of the subject. Peirce concludes this explains the sense in which the perception and the idea are identical, just as one and the same worldly state of affairs entitles Mary to the intrinsic denomination lover and John to the extrinsic denomination beloved. So one and the same worldly state of affairs entitles my mind to the intrinsic denomination perception and the son to the extrinsic denomination idea. Peirce suggests that the reason Arnauld's ideas are not objectionable intermediary entities is that they are not really distinct from the external objects they represent. To put the point in another way, Arnauld denies that the idea is a distinct third term in perception, not by identifying it with the perceptual act, but rather by identifying it with the external object conceived by me. In a subsequent article, Peirce shows how Arnauld uses the notion of an extrinsic denomination to resolve three apparent contradictions between what Arnauld says about representation and his sparse Cartesian ontology, on which there are just two kinds of substance, thinking and extended, and every feature of a thinking substance is a way of thinking, and every feature of an extended substance is a way of being extended. The first apparent contradiction arises because Arnauld maintains that we directly perceive extended objects, and yet that we do so by means of ideas in our mind. The solution is that the perception of the sun is a real mode of thinking which essentially makes the sun present to the mind, and in virtue of which the sun deserves the extrinsic denomination idea of the sun. The second apparent contradiction arises from the Port Royal theory of language. According to the logic, language consists of sounds and visible characters, which are signs of ideas, but signs are representations, and representing is not a mode of extension, and therefore cannot modify an extended object such as a sound or written word. The solution is that the idea which a word signifies is connected to the sign only by a habit, the habit, namely, of conceiving of a certain object whenever the mind perceives the symbol. Consequently, the object is entitled to the name sign on account of the state of some mind or minds. In other words, sign is applied to the object by extrinsic denomination. The third apparent contradiction arises in Arnauld's rejection of Mellenbrock's position that the soul actually becomes red, blue, or yellow, and when one smells a carcass, the soul becomes formally putrid. Arnauld agrees that colors and smells are modifications of the mind and not of extension, but this does not imply, Arnauld says, that our soul should be called either green or yellow or putrid. Arnauld adds there are infinitely many names which suppose no modification in the thing to which they are given. Peirce comments the application of a name that supposes no modification in the thing to which it is given is extrinsic denomination. Peirce has also located Arnauld's account of ideas in the wider context of an early modern philosophy. He classifies accounts of ideas as descriptivist or explanatory. In the explanatory approach, ideas are to be understood as posits in the explanatory theory. Mellenbrock is the paradigm practitioner of the explanatory approach. In the descriptivist approach, by contrast, claims about ideas are to be justified only by direct introspection and not by inference to the best explanation. Arnauld is the chief practitioner of the descriptivist approach. He not only rejects Mellenbrock's attempt to explain how the mind perceives external objects, but he also maintains that no such explanation is needed. For I know clearly by introspection that my nature is to think, and that thinking is representational, as Arnauld puts it, just as it is clear that I think, it is also clear that I think of something, that I perceive and know something. It is similarly clear what it is that I think of, perceive, or know, and in particular, it is clear that I think of, perceive, or know extended things. Peirce argues that Locke followed Arnauld in his descriptivism, although not in his direct realism. Berkeley, too, adopted the descriptivist approach, a fact which helps to explain the absence of arguments from Berkeley's view that we cannot form abstract general ideas. Mind-body dualism. If there is one part of Descartes' philosophy that met with Arnauld's enthusiastic approval, it is Descartes' mind-body dualism. Yet even here, Arnauld's version of the Cartesian philosophy departed in important ways from Descartes' own views. Arnauld's departure did not have to do with the distinction between mind and body. Here he largely contents himself with endorsing what Descartes says. It had to do rather with the union of the mind and body in the human being. Arnauld rejected a claim at the core of Descartes' position, namely that the union of a person's mind and body makes it possible for the mind and the body to exercise real causal action on one another. Arnauld explicitly says that a person's body cannot act causally on his mind, and had at least some difficulty with the notion that a person's mind can act causally on his body. In 1680, Arnauld wrote an extended defense of the philosophy of Descartes regarding the essence of a body and the union of the soul with the body against an attack by Father Etienne Le Moyne. Throughout his work, Arnauld quotes Mellenbrock as representative of this Cartesian position, and what he defends under the heading the philosophy of Descartes is actually a modified version of Mellenbrock. According to the Cartesian philosophy, says Arnauld, all the union alliance of the mind and body, which is known to us, consists in natural and mutual correspondence of thoughts in the soul with traces in the brain, and of emotions in the soul with movements of the animal spirits. It is not denied that there may be something unknown to us in the union of God has brought about between our soul and our body. What we do know, however, suffices to show us that the mind is not related to the body as a pilot is to his ship, but rather that there are two united in a greater and more intimate union by which they form a single whole. Arnauld's next take up is criticism directed by Lemoyne against the Cartesian account of sense perception, and this leads to the question whether it is the bodily movements in the eye that causes the perception of the soul, or whether they are only the occasion on which the soul forms the perceptions in itself, or whether God gives the perceptions to the soul. Arnauld says that it is easy to eliminate the first alternative, for since the motion of the body can at best have no other effect than to move another body, I say best because it may have not even that. Who does not see that it can have no effect on a spiritual soul? He has that St. Augustine considered it beyond doubt that a body can have an effect only on our body and not on our soul. Arnauld rules out the second of his three alternatives on the ground that the soul cannot form sensible perceptions in itself on the occasion of particular motions of the bodily sensory apparatus, because the soul is not aware of those motions. This leaves Arnauld with the third alternative, which he accepts, adding that God voluntarily undertakes to cause in our soul perceptions of sensible qualities whenever the corresponding motions occur in the sensory organs. According to the laws he himself has established in nature, he surmises this conclusion by saying that our bodies do not act on our soul as a physical cause, but only as a moral cause. Arnauld has a quite different position regarding the causation of voluntary movements in the body. He held that in general it is possible for immaterial thinking beings to act causally on material things, and that in fact God has on occasion give angels the powers to do so. He also held that the mind of Adam and of Eve had the power to bring about voluntary motions in their bodies before the fall, and that the minds of the blessed in heaven will enjoy that power. He suggests that the voluntary bodily motions of human beings in this life here below are not caused by the person's volitions. He reasoned for this negative position is that post-lapsarian human beings do not know how to bring about the movements of the animal spirits that cause the motions of their muscles and limbs. Thus he says, if one can say that God has not given our soul a real power to determine the course of the animal spirits towards the muscles of the parts of our body that we want to move, it is not on the grounds of general occasionalism like Mellenbrock's. It is only because our soul does not know what must be done in order to move our arm by means of the animal spirit. Stephen Nadler cites this text while arguing that Arnauld was an occasionalist, both about the causation of sensory perceptions by bodies and about the causation of voluntary movements by the human mind. Nadler recognizes that Arnauld had quite different attitudes towards the two cases, but nevertheless says that Arnauld alone among Cartesians recognizes mind-body interaction as a specific problem in Descartes' metaphysics and used an occasionalist solution. Arnauld's treatment of the union of mind and body shows that he was not a docile follower of Descartes and was prepared to develop the philosophy of Descartes in a way that Descartes would probably not have accepted. It also shows that Arnauld was prepared to modify Descartes' philosophy in a way that increased its similarity to Augustine. It is well known that Arnauld pointed out similarities between Augustine and Descartes from the beginning of his published work in the Fourth Objections. In the present case, however, Arnauld changes the philosophy of Descartes in a way that increases its similarity to Augustine. Arnauld did not mention Aquinas, though he could have done so, as another authority who held that material things cannot produce an immaterial effect. It was only a few years later in Ideas that Arnauld began to claim an affinity between the views of Descartes and those of Aquinas, but in his development of a Cartesian position on the union of mind and body, one can already see Arnauld attempting to make of Descartes a Christian philosopher standing in continuity with his great patristic and scholastic predecessors. The creation of eternal truths. There is a continuing discussion of Arnault's attitude towards the view which Descartes expressed in his answer to Marcin's question, by what kind of causality God established the eternal truth. Descartes replied, by the same kind of causality as he created all things, that is to say, as their efficient and total cause. The debate has been greatly influenced by Jean-Luc Moron's interpretation in the Theologie Blanche de Descartes, according to which Descartes' position on the matter is fundamental to his metaphysics. Consequently, to the extent that Arnauld and his mature writings adopted Descartes' metaphysics, it has seemed reasonable to say that Arnauld agreed with Descartes about the creation of the eternal truths. Indeed, Denis Moreau says Arnauld is therefore one of the rare, and if we can grant him that adjective, the only great post-Cartesian to accept the thesis of the creation of eternal truths. Are God's actions reasonable? Stephen Nadler accepts Moreau's conclusion about Arnauld and the creation of the eternal truths. As Nadler puts it, there's no need for me to go into the question here in any detail, since Denis Moreau, in his magnificent study of the Arnauld-Mellenbrock debate, has, to my mind, persuasively shown Arnauld does, in fact, and despite his refusal explicitly to endorse or reject the doctrine, accept the creation of eternal truths. But he defaults Moreau for not having gone far enough along the path that Arnauld traces, and thus having failed to see how radical Arnauld's conception of God really is. For everything points to Arnauld's God being an ultimately arbitrary deity who does not act for reasons at all, indeed a deity who in his being transcends practical rationality altogether. In Nadler's view, Arnauld follows Descartes in holding that God is absolutely simple, and consequently that God, will, and understanding are one and the same thing, not distinguishable even by a distinction of reason. For Arnauld, following Descartes, the relationship between will and wisdom in God is so unlike the relationship in human beings, where will and understanding are distinct faculties of the mind, and the former cannot function unless the latter presents to its ideas for consideration, that no analogy can be drawn from the human for the purpose of understanding the divine. Moreau gives a very different account of Arnauld's concept of God, invoking the doctrine of divine simplicity. Arnauld says that God's will is his wisdom, for God's will is God himself, and God's wisdom is God himself. There can therefore be no question of God's wisdom limiting his will. Nevertheless, far from being a deity who does not act reasonably, God's action is both reasonable and reason. It is the action of a wisdom. Arnauld holds that God's attributes are integrated and unified. Arnauld speaks of the reasonable will of God and affirms that God wills nothing except wisely. He wills nothing that his wisdom does not will. In God, the will wills and reasons, and the reason reasons and wills. But if pressed to give God reasons for doing what he does, Arnauld can only reply that God does what he wills. We do not know why and can give no reason except his will to do what he does. In sum, God's reasons for what he does are incomprehensible, but his actions are not irrational. In Arnold's God Reconsidered, Eric Stenzel has attempted to adjudicate this disagreement. Stenzel's attempt is divided into two parts. The first is focused on the doctrine of divine simplicity and takes up the question of whether God's wisdom is distinct in any way from his will. The second takes up the question of whether God acts for reasons. As Stenzel points out, and Moreau and Nadler agree that Arnauld subscribes to what Stenzel calls the identity thesis, that God's actions and God's attributes are identical. According to Nadler, however, Arnauld goes further and denies that God's wisdom and his will are distinct even by a distinction of reason. Stenzel disagrees against the backdrop of treatment of the abstraction in the Port Royal logic. Stenzel maintains that Arnauld holds the distinctiveness thesis that God's action, and God's attributes are conceptually distinct. Reflection on this clear idea of God and on the clear ideas of his attributes, which we form by abstraction, allow us to establish various truths about God and his attributes, but these reflections require that we distinguish conceptually among the various attributes. Arnauld also subscribes to the non-propriety thesis, the thesis that there are no conceptual priorities among God's actions, and God's attributes. To deny this non-priority thesis is, in Arnauld's view, to anthropomorphize God and to make him operate like a finite being. Stenzel concludes, so contra Nadler, I suggest that we treat Arnauld as allowing for conceptual distinctions, but not conceptual priorities among God's various attributes. Stenzel points out in his account of divine simplicity is in some ways a defense of Moreau's interpretation against Nadler's objection. He then turns to the question of whether Arnauld's God acts for reasons. Here he finds evidence on both sides of the issue. Moreau has highlighted passages where Arnauld is explicit about not denying that God acts for reasons or that God's actions have ends. Nevertheless, Nadler has presented systematic and compelling evidence for concluding that Arnauld's God does not act for reasons. Senzel claims, nevertheless, that in fact Arnauld offers a consistent position about whether God acts for reason. Arnauld is agnostic about whether God acts for reasons absolutely, whether God acts for reasons in any sense at all. Arnauld's claim is to know that Mellenbrock's account of how God acts for reasons treats God as a finite being, and this makes his account unacceptable and false, but that leaves open the question of whether God acts for reasons in some other way. On Stenzel's interpretation, Arnauld says that we cannot know the answer. If Stenzel's right about Arnauld's agnosticism, then the most that Nadler's evidence can show is that it is beyond our epistemic means to say that God does or that he does not act for reasons. As per the passage cited by Moreau, in which Arnauld refuses to deny that God acts for reasons, they do not affirm that God does not act for reasons, but simply refuse to deny that we cannot know to be false. An interesting example is cited by Moreau in Augustine's rhetorical question, who would dare to say that God created all things without reason? Senzel takes the question to be a way of saying we dare not state or could not prove a denial that God acts for reasons. Unfortunately, Moreau does not explain the context in which Arnauld quotes Augustine's question. The context is Arnaud's enthusiastic endorsement of Aquinas' argument in Summa Theologica. Article 2 has to do with whether God wills things other than himself. Aquinas says the will of God is directed to things other than himself, and this is because it is a perfection of the will of God to communicate to other things the good he possesses. So God wills that he be what he is, and also wills that other things be, but he wills himself as the end and other things as related to the end insofar as it is appropriate to the divine goodness that other things participate in it. Article 5 addresses the question of whether the will of God has a cause. Arnauld comments Aquinas' answer in the negative because it is not with God as it is with men. A man wills an end. He wills to be cured of an illness. His willing that end is the cause of his willing the means suitable for obtaining it. That is how Mellenbrock makes God act, not noticing that he falls into the mistake which he often says must be avoided of speaking about God according to our ideas of the way that men act, because God wills all things by a single act. We cannot say that he wills what it is for the end, that is to say the creatures, because he wills the end, but we should say only that he wills that what it is for the end to be related to the end. He wills X to exist for the sake of Y, but he does not will X for the sake of Y. Augustine's rhetorical question is raised as an objection. If God does not will to create things in order to accomplish an end, then contrary to the import of Augustine's question, God creates things without reason. Arnauld surmises Aquinas' reply: the will of God is reasonable, not because he wills only if there is some reason which causes him to will, but because he wills that among the things he makes some exist for the sake of others. Here Arnauld distinguishes the question of whether God's creative action is reasonable from the question of whether in creating God's acts for reason. He answers the first question but not the second in the affirmative. Arnauld and Mellenbrock. Nicholas Mellenbrock was born in 1638 when Arnauld was 26 years old. In 1660, Mellenbrock joined the Oratory, a center for priests in Paris that had many connections with Port Royal. Mellenbrock and Arnauld were on friendly terms in the early 1670s, but late in the decade, they had a falling out over Mellenbrock's explanation of the fact that not all men are saved and related matters. In 1680, Mellenbrock published his position against Arnauld's advice in the Treatise of Nature and Grace. The ensuing public controversy between the two was a central event in the intellectual life in Europe in the late 17th century. Arnauld's attack on the Treatise of Nature and Grace began in a surprising way with the publications on true and false ideas. In 1683, Arnauld presents his own position in the nature of ideas, which has described above, and argues that Mellenbrock's views that we will see all things, or at least all bodily things, in God and by means of God's ideas is not only mistaken, but thoroughly confused and wrong-headed. This work engendered a preliminary debate that lasted for 2 years. The publication of Reflection in 1685 and 6 proceeded in 1685 by the publication of Arnauld's dissertation Sur les miracles des anciens lois, provoked further exchanges between the two in 1687, with a last graph of Arnauld in part in 1694, the year of his death, and on Mellenbrock's part 10 years later in 1704. Mellenbach's position, the treatise of nature and grace. The treatise provides a general account of God's reasons for creating the world with the evils that the world contains, but Mellenbach is mainly interested in one particular evil, namely that not all men are saved. That not all men are saved he took to be a datum of revelation, plainly expressed in the scripture, but he denied that it follows that God does not want all men to be saved. Indeed, he says his motive in writing treatises of nature and grace was to refute those who concluded that God did not have a sincere will to save all men. If there were not in this century people determined to hold that God does not have a sincere will to save all men, it would not be necessary to establish principles suitable for destroying that unhappy opinion. But the need to combat errors brings to light principles suitable to the end. I protest before God that that was the principal motive that made me write. If God wants to save all men, something must prevent him from doing so, what he wants to do. In the addition to the treatise, Mellenbach says that since God is omnipotent, he can bring about whatever he wants to bring about, but because his will is the love he bears up for his own attributes, he cannot by practical will anything or will in any way that is not wise. The wisdom of God renders him impotent in the sense that it does not permit him to will certain things or act in certain ways. What prevents God from carrying out his will to save all men, Mellenbach concludes, must be that doing so would require ways or manners of willing that are unwise. As he puts it a few pages later, God's wisdom holds his volitions in check in the sense that not all of his volitions are practical volitions. Mellenbach argues that God's wisdom restrains him from sanctifying and saving all men because it directs him not only to create a world that is good, but also to create in a way worthy of him by ways that are simple, general, constant, and uniform. More precisely, God's wisdom directs him to act of to an act of creating the best combines goodness and perfection of the created world with simplicity of ways of creating. An analogy may help explain Mellenbach's position. Suppose that someone sets out to buy a car and wants to do the best possible job of car buying. Suppose further the second best car is available at a much better price than the best car. In this case, doing the best job of car buying might require buying less than the best car. In a somewhat similar way, Mellenbach holds that the best job of creating, the one most worthy of God, involves creating a world less perfect than might have been made, in particular, a world in which not all human beings are saved. Mellenbach's notion of the simplicity of God's ways of creating depends on his occasionalism. According to the theory of efficient causality, God is the only true efficient cause. When creatures appear to be efficient causes, they are really only occasional causes. That is, the events in which the apparent cause, created cause, take part are followed by other events in accordance with the laws of nature, which are God's general volitions. But the created causes do not really cause the events that follow. These events, like every created reality, are really caused by God. For Mellenbach, the simplicity of God's ways depend on there being a small number of laws of nature and on there being a few exceptions to the laws. Mellenbach maintains that in order to do the job of creating the best combines goodness of the world created with simplicity of ways of creating. God had to make a world with precisely the natural evils, misshapen animals, human suffering, ugly landscapes that are present in the world as it is. The anomalies in the order of grace are explained in a similar way. Mellenbach divides grace, the divine assistance given to human beings, into two kinds, which he called grace of light and the grace of feeling. The former is quite simply knowledge. Mellenbach also calls it the grace of the Creator because it is given in different forms both to Adam and Eve and to human beings after their fall. Grace is the feeling of feeling is the grace of Jesus Christ and was merited for human beings by the life and death of Jesus. Mellenbach also describes it as a pleasure which makes a person love God. According to Mellenbach, the grace of the Creator is dry, abstract, entirely pure, entirely intelligible, and does not lead us to love God. The grace of Christ, in contrast, is efficace par ella meme. That is always has its effect, always carries us towards God. Human beings after the fall of Adam are unable to grow in holiness or even to be saved from damnation without the grace of Christ. But the love of God produced by grace is a sort of instinctive love which is not meritorious and is not sufficient for salvation. Whether the person who receives the grace of Christ is saved depends on the person's free consent to the movement towards God that grace produces, which converts the instinctive love of God into a free and rational love. The consent is not produced by grace. Now, Mellenbach holds that God could give to each person grace that would assure the person's salvation. God is the master of hearts. He can give the impious a grace that it will convert him, since God knows what degree of grace to give and when it must be given in order that it bring about the conversion of the sinner. Similarly, God knows what sort of grace would ensure that any person is not only saved, but also attains the maximum holiness of which he or she is capable, but many who receive the grace do not grow in holiness and are not saved. For example, many who enter the church later fall away. God often distributes graces without their having the effect that his goodness makes us believe he would make them have. He makes the piety of some people increase right up to the end of their life, but sin overcomes them at death and throws them into hell. He makes the rain of grace fall upon hardened hearts, as well as on earth that is prepared. People resist it or make it useless for their salvation. How can that be reconciled with wisdom? Mellenbrock's answer is that God's wisdom dictates that he act in the distribution of both sorts of grace according to general volition determined by created occasional causes to particular effects. In this case, the grace of the Creator, the general volitions are laws of nature, and the occasional causes are the diverse movements of our will, and the encounter of sensible objects that act on our mind. For the grace of Jesus Christ, the occasional cause is Jesus Christ in his human nature, and the general volition is that grace be given to human beings if and only if Jesus, in his human nature, asks that it is be given. Jesus' requests for grace are made in view of the needs of the church, but Jesus, in his human nature, does not always think of the future determination of the will of those for whom he requests grace. The result is that often enough people receive grace that does not lead to their holiness or salvation, or fail to receive the grace that would have done so. Two themes in Arnault's criticism of the treatise of nature and grace. Although Arnauld thought that Mellenbrock's position was dangerous and that if accepted it would have ruinous consequences for the Catholic faith, he was furious, as Denis Moreau has aptly said, and decided to leave nothing standing in a philosophy that clearly frightened him. Here only the general lines of Arnault's attack are set forth. First two pervasive themes in Arnault's criticism are described: that Mellenbrock often did not proceed by the proper method of either philosophy or theology, and that Mellenbrock speaks of God in anthropomorphic terms as if he were subject to the limitations of a human agent. Then Arnault's criticism of Mellenbrock's position that God acts by general volitions will be discussed. 1. Throughout reflections, beginning with the avant propos to the work, Arnauld challenges Mellenbrock to make clear whether his claims are based on reasons or on scripture and tradition. He had mounted this sort of challenge even earlier in Ideas. He does not say that he learned these grand maxims on which all of that treatise of nature and grace turns by the revelation of God, that if God wills to act externally, it is because he wills to obtain an honor worthy of himself, that he acts by the simplest ways, that he does not act in by particular volitions, but by general volitions which are determined by occasional causes. Nor could all those maxims be demonstrated in Mellenbrock's sense of the term, for Mellenbrock says that only necessary truths can be demonstrated, and yet he admits that God does sometimes act by particular volitions, namely when he performs miracles. Hence, Mellenbrock himself would have to admit that the third maxim, at least, is not demonstrable in Arnault's view. Mellenbrock came to accept such principles because he thought they made God more lovable and hence were favorable to the cause of religion. In this way, Mellenbrock introduces on the basis of religious considerations principles that are not found in scripture and tradition. Arnauld thought that this unholy introduction of religion into what ought to be treated as philosophical questions began with Mellenbrock's theory of ideas, according to which we see all things in God. Thus, in the conclusions of his defense, Arnauld takes up two or three objections that might be raised against ideas. The second objection is one that had been raised by Nicole. I could have avoided the philosophical topic of the nature of ideas so as not to interpret what I had begun to write about in the treatise on nature and grace. In reply, Arnauld says, what was at the outset a question of philosophy is not such for Mellenbrock. For him, it is a question of theology, very subtle, sublime, and very elevated. He considers it a religious duty to devote his whole mind to its defense. He finds it bad that others should disagree with him, and even says that anyone who is not of his opinion must be either an unenlightened philosopher or a man insensitive to his duties. Thus, he has changed the form of the dispute. He has involved religion and has become so devoted to his novel thoughts as to hold that anyone who does not approve of them lacks respect for the wisdom of God himself. In Arnault's direct attack on treatise, he says again and again that Mellenbach relies on principles that have neither a proper theological basis in scripture and tradition, nor a proper philosophical basis in reason. Clearly, he thought that this criticism applied well to Mellenbach's theory of ideas. But if Arnauld took seriously the remark at the beginning of Logic, the reflections we can make of our ideas are perhaps the most important part of logic, since they are foundation of everything else. He may well have thought that Mellenbach's theory of ideas was an important source of the confusion of theology with philosophy that plagued the treatise. That in turn would help to explain his decision to begin his attack on the treatise with a treatise on the nature of ideas. 2. Arnauld agreed with Mellenbach that God's will is reasonable, but he disagreed with Mellenbach's way of conceiving God's reasonableness. In both Book 1 and 2 of Reflections, he tries to show that Mellenbach conceives of God's reasonableness as if it were the reasonableness of human beings. In the second chapter of Book 1, he reports a series of arguments given by Mellenbach early in the treatise for the conclusion that God acts in the order of nature only by general volitions. These arguments, says Arnauld, are only comparisons with men which cannot prove anything with regard to God or popular thoughts not worthy of a philosopher. For example, Mellenbach says that God decides to create that which can be produced and conserved by the simplest laws because he is an excellent workman, and an excellent workman does not do by complicated ways that he could carry out by simpler ones. Arnauld objects that there is no similarity between an excellent human workman and God, since all the ways executing his plans are equally easy for him, and his power, as the author Mellenbach recognizes, makes him so much the master of all things and so independent of help from elsewhere that it suffices that he will in order for his volitions to be carried out. Hence, God's volitions are not based on reasoning about the means to achieve a desired end. Book 2 of Reflections, which deals with God's way of acting in the order of grace, opens with a related criticism. Arnauld begins by analyzing a line of thought that Mellenbach presents in the treatise. The line of thought begins with two claims: that God can act only for himself. If he wills to act, it is because he wills to procure an honor worthy of himself, and that God can receive an honor worthy of himself only from himself. Yet I am created, so I must be able to render to God an honor worthy of him. This I can do, says Mellenbach, only by becoming part of the church, of which the incarnate second person of the Trinity is the cornerstone. More generally, God's great plan is to build his own honor, a spiritual temple, of which Jesus Christ is the cornerstone. His plan is that the temple should be as large and perfect as possible. Mellenbach then draws an important conclusion. God wills that all men enter into the spiritual building to enlarge it. God wills that all men be saved. God also hopes that men will merit outstanding degrees of glory. His will is our sanctification. But although God wants the salvation and sanctification of all men, he loves his wisdom infinitely more, and his wisdom requires that he act in a way that is wisest and most worthy of himself, that is, in general, constant and uniform way, with the result that he does not save all men, although he truly wills that they all be saved. Arnauld has much to say against this line of thought, and he begins by attacking its very first step, the claim that God can act externally only in order to procure an honor worthy of himself. He objects that this is not a proper way to speak about an infinitely perfect being. Once again, Mellenbach is guilty of anthropomorphism, where he says, in effect, that God could resolve to create me and other creatures only for some advantage he wanted to obtain from himself by creating us. That is how Mellenbach lowers God, by claiming that he cannot decide to create anything externally except to procure an honor worthy of himself. Arnauld goes on to contest Mellenbach's way of describing God's creation with that of St. Thomas, who say that the reason God creates is that his goodness tends to overflow and communicate itself to other things. Arnauld also says that to speak about God is as consulting his wisdom before acting is to speak about God as one would about a human being who wills an end and is thereby caused to will that means to an end. It is to compare God to a man who consults his wisdom about everything he wants to do, as if he were afraid of not acting well, and his will needed to be ruled by something other than itself in order to do only what is good. It is an expression of rigorous exactitude to say that God that he consults his wisdom, and that is how it comes about that everything he wills is wise. Arnold asks, as if the word consult is suitable for an infinitely perfect being, which one professes not to speak in popular language, as if God needed to consult his wisdom so that what he wills should be wise. as if his will were not his wisdom, as if everything he wills were not essentially wise by virtue of the fact he wills it. God's will is not a force that needs to be tamed. The truth, according to Arnauld, is that it is impossible that God should have an actual sincere will for something that is not in fact wise. In a related criticism, Arnauld chides Mellenbrock for allowing very little freedom and indifference in God's created action. Arnauld quotes Mellenbrock, assuming that God's will to produce outside of himself is a work worthy of himself. He is not indifferent in the choice. He ought to produce the most perfect work possible by relation to the simplicity of the ways by which he acts. He owes it to himself to follow the rules of his wisdom. Mellenbrock tries to save for God at least freedom and indifference with regard to creating or not creating, but Arnauld suggests that this move is ruled out by the way in which he conceives God's action, for supposedly in Mellenbrock's view, God would consult his wisdom before deciding whether to create or not, and just as his wisdom advises God to create this world rather than a less perfect one, assuming that the two could be created in an equally simple way, his wisdom would also advise him that it is better to create than not to create. Does God act only by general volitions? Arnold devoted much reflections to Mellenbrock's position that God acts by a general volition and not by particular volition. Book 1 of Reflections, his focus is on the order of nature, and he tries to show Mellenbrock's claim that God acts only by general volitions is confused and even self-contradictory. In Book 2, his focus is on the order of grace, and he attacks Mellenbrock's claim that God does not distribute grace by particular volitions. Arnold begins his criticism in Book 1 by claiming that Mellenbrock confuses acting by general volitions and acting according to general laws. Arnold grants that God acts according to general laws, but against the claim that God acts by general volitions, he provides an argument that is simple and, in his view, decisive. Whatever God does, he does in particular and not in general, but since to will and to do in God are the same thing, given that he creates each soul by a particular action, he must also will to create it by particular will. In some passage, Mellenbrock's language suggests that God's wisdom dictates that he engage in the act of creating that best combines the goodness of the world created with the simplicity of the laws according to which the world is created, and not with simplicity of the volition whereby God creates. This suggests that for Mellenbrock, God does will particular created effects, though he wills that they take place according to certain laws. But Arnauld did not think that this was Mellenbrock's view, for suppose that God creates the world according to the simple set of laws, let these laws, as regards bodies, be the laws of motion. A world created according to such laws might be more perfect than a world not created according to general laws, or created according to a different set of laws. But that would be of no help to Mellenbrock, for he does not say that a world regulated by simpler laws is more perfect world. Rather, he maintains that creating such a world is a simpler act of creation in God himself, but it is not at all clear how simplicity of laws according to which the world is created would make God's way of creating simpler, especially if God's creative activity includes the will to create every particular part of the creative world. Mellenbrock's real position, according to Arnauld, emerges in those passages in which he identifies the ways in which the world is created with the actions whereby God creates. An example in this passage, an excellent workman ought to proportion his actions to his work. He does not accomplish by highly complex ways what he can execute by simpler ones. To this, Arnauld objects that the volitions by which God creates are particular. Arnauld's next point out that Mellenbrock does not say without qualification that God creates by general volitions. Rather, Mellenbrock says that God's creative will is the cause of a particular effect, but he calls it general because he holds that God has this will only when he is determined to have it by an occasional cause, which must be a creature. In other words, according to Mellenbrock, God causes particular effects in creation, but the contribution of God's volition, as opposed to the contribution of created occasional causes in general. Later on, Arnauld says that Mellenbrock's view, it is really only the free volitions of creatures that can be said to determine God in view of his general volitions to produce a particular effect. For according to Mellenbrock, God is the cause of every bodily event, including those which, together with the general laws, are supposed to determine any given consequent event. But Mellenbrock is committed, so Arnauld argues, to the position that the free volitions of creatures are not caused by God. Arnauld goes further to say that Mellenbrock's position on God's creative will is in fact self-contradictory, for Mellenbrock was not of the opinion of those philosophers who believed that God originally created all things, gave them the qualities necessary for their conversation and the powers they needed in order to act, and then left them to act without further involving himself. On the contrary, Mellenbrock insists that God is the sole cause of everything in the world, up to the smallest movement of the smallest atom, but he also holds that God acts in the world only as a universal cause whose general volitions are determined by the changes in creatures and by so many occasional causes. Arnold tries to show that these two positions are inconsistent with one another. Near the end of Book 2, Reflections, Arnold takes up Mellenbrock's arguments for the claim God does not act in the order of grace by particular volitions, as summarized by Mellenbrock in the um, treatise. Mellenbrock says that the proposition in question can be proven by reason in two ways, a priori and a posteriori. That is, by our idea of God and by the effects of grace. The chief a priori argument involves the claim that to choose occasional causes and to establish general laws for carrying out some work indicates an infinitely more extensive knowledge than to act by particular volitions. Arnold retorts, it is something to be put up with that human beings should have the temerity to make themselves judges of what is a sign of God's or greater intelligence and wisdom. A God bless elemental. Arnold quotes Mellenbrock's statement, the a priori proofs are too abstract to convince most people of the truth I am proposing. It is more apropos to prove it a posteriori and goes on to consider the a posteriori arguments. He is less sarcastic in dealing with these arguments than the a priori ones. He says that there are three or four of them, but they all amount to the same thing. There are graces that are in it efficacious, and this would not occur if God gave his graces by particular volitions. He mentions three such arrangements, based on the premise that graces are given to sinners who are not entirely converted, on the premise that grace often falls upon the heart disposed in such a way that the grace does not bear fruit, and finally on the premise that grace is given to sinners sometimes end up making them even more guilty. Arnold assumes that these arguments have to do with the true grace of Jesus Christ as defined by St. Augustine, an inspiration of love given to us so that we should do the good with holy affection. Such grace is efficacious if it is infallibly has its effect, but the effect in question may be either proximate or remote. As in the example of Augustine, a grace may be efficacious if that in that it produces the desire to be chaste, and yet not efficacious in that it fails to produce chastity itself. Similarly, Mellenbrock's argument assumed that every grace has the effect for which God gives it. But once again, this phrase may refer to the effect to which God gives the grace by absolute will, or to the effect that grace tends to produce by its nature, and for which God gives the grace by his antecedent will. Arnold grants that if God gives efficacious grace by particular volitions, then there are none that fail to have the proximate effect which God intends they have by absolute will, but they may well fail to have remote effects to which they tend by their nature and which God wills only by his antecedent will. For example, an efficacious grace has the effect that a sinner repents, only to lapse back into sin, then the grace has the proximate effect God intended it to have by his absolute will, even though it failed to have all the effect in which it tended by its nature and which God willed by his antecedent will. In this way, he disopposed is Mellenbrock's three a posteriori arguments. Arnold ends books 2 with a consideration of what it takes to be Mellenbrock's master argument. It is the fourth a posteriori argument. He quotes uh, from the treatise, there is no other way than by saying that God does not act by particular volitions to reconcile the proposition in Holy Scripture, God wants to save all men. With this proposition, not all men are saved. Arnold rejects this argument mainly because, like the other three a posteriori ones, it assumes that God wills by true volition the salvation of all men and the conversion of sinners. Arnold agreed with Mellenbrock that God could have brought it about that all men are saved and did not do so, but he favored an Augustinian view that all men in this context mean all sorts of men, that is, men of all races, occupation. He did not entirely reject the Thomistic view that God's will for the salvation of all men is God's antecedent will rather than his consequent will. That is God's will, other things being equal, rather than God's will, all things considered. Arnold points out that Mellenbrock's position might be thought to be a version of the Thomistic one, but adds that according to St. Thomas, God's antecedent will is a wish rather than absolute volition. Arnold firmly rejects any notion that God's will, the sanctification and salvation, of each and every person in a strong sense of will, such that his will would be carried out unless there was something to prevent it, or in Mellenbrock's word, to hold it in check. Arnold's criticism of Mellenbrock's occasionalism. Arnold opened a difficult line of attack in his dissertation. This new attack is directed against the occasionalism which is assumed in Mellenbrock's account of wisdom of God's ways of creating. In a foreword to the dissertation, Arnold says that he completed his treatment of the first two books of the Reflection and was beginning work on the third when he received the fourth edition of the treatise. I finished 2 books examining the new system of nature and grace, and there remained only one further book to complete the task when I received from Rotterdam a new edition of the treatise published that year, 1684, with several editions. The main one was the third, with the title, The Frequent Miracles of the Old Law Do Not All Indicate that God Often Acts by Particular Volitions. And the only reason which the author of the system gives is that the miracles were done by the ministry of the angels, who were their occasional causes. Arnold interpreted his work on the Reflections to write the dissertation, which he published in 1685, together with the first chapter of Book 3 of the Reflection, a chapter dealing with Mellenbrock's position that Jesus Christ in his human nature is the occasional cause of the distribution of grace. Arnold raises theological objections to both positions, but also attacks the underlying occasionalism. The dissertation touched off a rapid series of replies and counter-replies. In 1685, the first volume of Reflections was published later in 1685, and the second and third volume 1686. Arnold begins his attack by citing the opening sentence of the treatise, in which Mellenbrock says that he expects his readers to agree with the principle that God causes everything, and hence communicates his power to creatures only by establishing them as occasional causes. Arnold adds that Mellenbrock does not understand God's cause is everything as ordinary philosophers do, who says that the creature does not act at all unless God acts with it, which they call concurrence. But what does he mean when he says that God causes everything? Is that he causes everything that one imagines the creature causes, and that the creature causes nothing at all. It is not difficult, Arnold says, to show that the first conjunct so understood is false, for it destroys the nature of the intelligent being, who would not be free if they did not, as real causes, form in themselves the determination of their will towards particular goods. As Arnold points out, the italicized words are Mellenbrock's. The second conjunct of the principle is dispatched in a similar way, for intelligent beings receive from God their power to form the determination of their will towards particular goods, but is not only an occasional causes, but as real causes that they form in themselves in the determination of their will. Having established to his satisfaction that the principle taken generally is false, Arnold goes on to say that there is no reason to deny that God has given angels power to move bodies, and that they are real, nor not mere occasional causes, or the miraculous events attributed to them. Again, is not to say so easy to demonstrate that our soul does not have the real power to move the parts of the body to which it is united. In the exchange of publications that grew out of the dissertation, Arnold begins in a similar way to Mellenbrock's use of occasionalism to explain how grace acts in us without wounding liberty. In his explanation, Mellenbrock distinguishes the effects of grace, which is from God and is not free, from the recipient's free response, which is from the recipient and not from God. Arnold says Mellenbrock would have done well to heed Aquinas' advice that one should not distinguish between what is from grace and what is not from free will. It is the same thing, could not be from both. Both Mellenbrock and Arnold continue to write about divine causality and human freedom. In their later work, Arnold's late work on the topic is described in section 6 below. Mellenbrock's last effort on the topic was his Reflections, published in 1715, the year of his death. Okay, just 1 second. I'm going to check my messages, and I got to stand up and stretch just for a second. Okay, so it's got to stand up and stretch, and then we'll move on to Leibniz. So deep stuff here, Arnauld and the theology. For people who study Judaism, probably the Ramchal, or Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, had studied Arnauld and Mellenbrock and got some of his things from Arnauld and Mellenbrock. Because a lot of this is similar to some of the writings you find in the realm called Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Arnauld and Leibniz. On February 11th, 1686, while the controversy between Arnauld and Mellenbrock was at a peak of intensity, Leibniz wrote to Landgrave Ernst von Hessen-Rheinsfeld asking that the Landgrave send Arnauld a summary of a short discourse on the question of grace, the concourse of God and creatures, the nature of miracles, the cause of sin and the origin of evil, the immortality of the soul, ideas. The ensuing correspondence occurred at a crucial point in the development of Leibniz philosophy. The discourse on metaphysics, the final version of the short discourse, marks the beginning of Leibniz's mature metaphysics, and it shows the influence of the correspondence with Arnauld. Leibniz had corresponded with Arnauld some 15 years earlier in connection with Leibniz's effort to reunite the Christian churches. These efforts took a new turn in March 1672 when Leibniz, then just 25 years old, left Mainz for Paris on a secret political mission for his patron, Baron Johann Christian van Boinberg, who was in turn minister to Johann Philipp van Schönborn, the Elector of Mainz. Both men were converts from Lutheranism to Calvinism. Leibniz's diplomatic mission was a failure, but he had other reasons for wanting to visit Paris. He was eager to enter into the brilliant intellectual life of the French capital, and he stayed there with a brief sojourn in England until 1676, making the acquaintance of members of leading intellectuals. During his time, he undertook for the first time the serious study of mathematics, but he also continued to work towards a philosophical position that he hoped would help reunify the churches. Before coming to Paris, he had discussed the project of reunifying the churches with his patron Boinberg, and he had corresponded with Arnauld in 1671 about the Eucharist, proposing an account of the real presence that he thought would be acceptable to both Lutherans and Catholics, but it was Leibniz's interest in theodicity and related problems about the justification that flourished in Paris there in 1673. He composed Confessio Philosophiae, a dialogue in Latin between a theologian and a philosopher that's sometimes referred to as his first theodicity. 37 years later, in the Theodicity, Leibniz says, "While I was in France, I communicated with Arnauld a dialogue I had written in Latin on the cause of evil and the justice of God. This was not only before his dispute with Mellenbrock, but even before the book on the search after truth had appeared. The principle that I here maintain, that sin was permitted because it was involved in the best plan for the universe, was already employed there, and Arnauld did not seem hostile to it. Soon after Leibniz arrived in Paris, both Boinberg and von Schönberg died, and Leibniz turned his support to another important German noble and convert from Lutheranism to Catholicism, Johann Friedrich von Brunswick-Lüneburg, Hanover. On the 26th of March, 1673, Leibniz wrote as follows to Johann Friedrich: "The famous Arnauld is a man of the most profound and wide-ranging thought that a true philosopher can have. His aim is not only to illuminate the hearts with the clarity of religion, but further to revive the flame of reason eclipsed by human passions, not only to convert heretics, but further those who are today in the greatest heresy, the atheists and the libertines, not only to vanquish his opponents, but further to improve those of his persuasion. His thoughts then come to seeking how, so far as possible, the reform of abuses, frankly widespread among dissidents, would overcome the cause of the division in this design on several points of importance. He has made the first step, and a prudent man he goes by degrees. I'm distressed that we have lost von Boinberg just when I struck up an acquaintance with Arnauld, for I had hoped to bring these two minds, so similar in their honest soundness, on the road to a closer agreement. The church, as well as the fatherland, has sustained a loss with this man. There is no record of any response by Arnauld to the Confessio Philosophiae, but when Leibniz returned to the problems of theodicity in 1686, he once again sought Arnauld's cooperation by sending Arnauld an outline of the discourse on metaphysics that was mentioned above. The outline sent to Arnauld was no more than a list of the propositions that were to appear in the titles of the 37 sections of the discourse. The entire correspondence was carried out through the intermediary of Hessen-Rheinfeld, and the copies of the letters received by the two major correspondents were sometimes defective. These facts, together with the extreme subtlety of the philosophical contents of the letters, have made interpretation of the correspondence very difficult." Leibniz's notion of individual substance. Proposition 8 in Leibniz's outline is, in order to distinguish the actions of God from those of creatures, it is explained wherein consists the notion of individual substance. The notion of a substance is, for Leibniz, the notion of things that act. To explain the notion of a created individual substance. Therefore, he has to explain the notion of a created agent, which requires that he distinguish correctly between the actions of creatures and the actions of God. Part of Leibniz's account of the notion of individual substance is given in Proposition 13. The individual notion of each person includes once and for all everything that will ever happen to him, so that one sees in that notion a priori proofs of the proofs of each event. That is why one event has occurred rather than another. The debate between Arnold and Leibniz begins here. Proposition 13, Arnold said in his first letter to Leibniz, implies that once God decided to create Adam, everything that happened since and will ever after to the human race was and is obliged to happen with a more than fatal necessity. For example, in given Proposition 13, if Adam exists, then necessarily Adam is the father of Cain and Abel, and sons, grandfathers of their children, great-grandfather of their children, etc., and everything that will ever happen to all of them is already determined. After a complicated three-way exchange of letters, Arnauld withdrew his complaint in a letter dated September 28, 1686. At the outset, Arnauld assumed that, according to Leibniz, whatever is contained in the individual notion of a person is contained there as a necessary property of the person. But in response to Arnauld, Leibniz says that he does not ask for more of a connection here than that which obtains between an individual substance and external denominations. Given this understanding, the way that individual notion of a person contains everything that will ever happen to him, Arnold was prepared to concede that Leibniz's position did not involve fatalism. Arnold adds that he continues to have difficulty with Leibniz's account of the possibility of things and his conception of God as choosing the actual world out of an infinity of possible worlds, a point of which Leibniz agreed with Mellenbrock, and he asked Leibniz to clarify his hypothesis of concomitance on agreement between substance, and his statement that if a material thing is not merely an appearance, like a rainbow, or an accidental aggregation of parts, like a pile of stones, it must have a substantial form. Leibniz had mentioned both of these points in his immediately preceding letter. According to the hypothesis of concomitance, no created substance ever acts upon any other created substance, but every later state of a given created substance is caused by an earlier state of the same substance. And the histories of the individuals are coordinated by God so that they fit together in the history of an actual world. Leibniz says that one substance X may express another substance Y more distinctly than Y expresses X, and in that case, one may say that X causes changes to occur in Y. He uses this position to explain the relation of mind and body. Arnold asked him to explain his view further by applying it to the example of a man who feels pain when his arm is wounded, and the example of a man who wants to take off his hat and raise his arm. Arnold also raises 7 objections to Leibniz's claim about substantial forms and defends the Cartesian view that extension is the real nature of matter, which he takes to imply that bodies have only varying degrees of improper unity. Leibniz provides further clarification Arnold requested in several long letters, which drew 2 replies from Arnold. Arnold continued to find Leibniz's position unclear. I have no clear notion, says Arnold, of what you mean by the word expression. When you say that our soul expresses more distinctly, all other things being equal, what pertains to the body, since it is expression even of the whole universe in a certain sense. He takes Leibniz's view about substantial form to be a strange and unsuccessful attempt to ascribe true unity to bodies, in particular the bodies of animals, which would not otherwise have it. Arnold's last letter to Leibniz is dated August 28, 1687. Leibniz tried to get Arnold to continue the discussion, but Arnold was fully occupied with other projects. On August 31st, 1687, Arnold wrote to Hess and Reinfeldt saying it would be preferable if Leibniz gave up, at least for the time, this sort of speculation and applied himself to the greatest business he can have, the choice of the true religion, a decision that is of such importance for his salvation. Arnold's criticism of Leibniz's modal metaphysics. Arnold's alternative. Eric Stenzel has provided a general discussion of the disagreement between Leibniz and Arnold about modal metaphysics. Modal metaphysics, Stenzel says, is the theory of possibility, necessity, essence, and God's relation to each. Arnold attacks Leibniz's thesis that an individual concept of each person contains once and for all everything that will ever happen to him. Leibniz claims that there is a purely possible substance, and his associated view that God creates by choosing one from a multitude of possible worlds. Stenzel argues that Arnold's criticisms are based on a positive view, which Stenzel describes as a sophisticated essence-based modal actualism containing 3 theses. Everything that exists is actual, ontological actualism. The actual world is irreducibly modal. There's no reductive analysis of modality, modal actualism. All true Counterfactuals are grounded in the irreducible modal essences of actually existing things. Essence-based modal actualism, Stancil says that Arnauld's view could be developed into a plausible view in its own right, and that when divorced from the theological motivations with which and with several important augmentations could serve as a foundation for plausible view that deserves to be considered in contemporary debates concerning modal metaphysics. Just 1 second, pour a drink. 20 seconds. Okay, and finally, section 6. Arnauld's compatibilism. Throughout his enormously active life as a philosopher and theologian, Arnauld was above all concerned to defend the doctrine that human beings after the fall of Adam can perform meritorious actions, but only if the actions are a result of a supernatural grace. Arnauld claimed to find this doctrine in the writings of both Augustine and Aquinas, and he defended Jansen's version of it against the charge of heresy, even though Jansen's version was significantly different from that espoused by Arnauld himself. But Arnauld, like Augustine, Aquinas, and Jansen, also held that actions are meritorious only if they are free. For this reason, Arnauld is sometimes said to be a compatibilist. For example, Robert Slade says, it is worth noting that Leibniz and Arnauld both ascribed compatibilism to St. Thomas, and that both accepted compatibilism as well. The position Arnauld defended and attributed to Augustine and Aquinas is, however, quite different from that what is nowadays referred to as compatibilism. The position is connected with Arnauld's treatment of free will during the last decade of his life, at a time when he was wrestling with Millenbrock's theory of nature and grace. At that time, Arnauld developed the position that the human will is free when and only when it is potestas o facultas ad apposita. But first, it is necessary to provide some background for the notion of grace efficace par ella meme. The Congregationis de Auxiliis in the 17th century controversy about grace. The point of departure from the disputes about grace and free will in the 17th century Europe was the inconclusive ending to the Congregationis de Auxiliis Divina Gratia. These were ad hoc committees of the cardinals convoked to resolve a dispute between the Jesuits and the Dominicans about grace, predestination, and free will. The disputes were concerned with the work of Jesuit Louis de Molina, whose lengthy title indicates the scope of the complexity of this dispute. The agreement of free will with the gift of grace defined foreknowledge, providence, predestination, and reprobation, according to several articles in the first part of St. Thomas. This work was published in 1588 and was immediately attacked by the Dominican school of Salamanca, led by Domingo Benez. The Congregations was convoked by Pope Clement VIII with the aim of resolving what had become a widespread struggle between the two orders. His hope was frustrated. The meetings began on January 2nd, 1598, and were terminated on August 28, 1607, the feast day of St. Augustine, by Pope Paul V, who declared that neither side was heretical and that both sides had merit. Central question at the meetings of the Congregationalists had to do with the relation of supernatural grace to free, meritorious acts of will. It was assumed on both sides that a human being cannot perform a meritorious act of will without supernatural assistance from God, that God sometimes gives such assistance, and that it is sometimes part of God's providential plan that the recipient freely cooperate and thus perform the act in question. Meritorious acts of will include, among others, the decision to pray, to seek forgiveness for past sins, and to perform good actions for the love of God. It was assumed by both Jesuits and Dominicans that God's providential plan is infallibly realized. Hence, both sides agree that supernatural grace is, in at least some cases, infallibly efficacious. The issue was whether the supernatural grace in question is efficacious by itself, in other words, intrinsically efficacious, or whether it is efficacious only by virtue of the independent, divinely foreknown cooperation of the one who receives the grace. Several sorts of supernatural grace were distinguished. For our purpose, the most important distinctions are between habitual grace, especially the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity, and actual grace, between external actual grace, like hearing a good sermon, and internal actual grace, grace consisting in internal mental acts, and between internal actual grace and the intellect, between internal actual grace of the intellect and internal actual grace of the will. The question was whether the actual grace of the will that infallibly produces a meritorious act of the will is efficacious by itself, or whether instead of its efficaciousness is explained in part by God's knowledge that the recipient would cooperate with the grace. Banez, Jansen, and Arnauld on the nature of efficacious grace of the will. Jansen and Arnauld, like Banez, defended the position that actual grace of the will is sometimes intrinsically efficacious, but they disagree about the nature of such grace. According to Banez, efficacious grace is the supernatural counterpart of physical premotion. The elusive notion of physical promotion is part of a general account of God's causation of the action of creatures. According to this account, God is the cause of the creature's action by bringing about a creature of premotion that results in the creatures carrying out the action in question. For Banez, then, the actual grace in question is a sort of supernatural beginning of volition that is produced in the human being by God, and that infallibly results in the meritorious act of will. Jansen rejects this notion, arguing that it is an obscure hypothesis that explains nothing. He held that efficacious grace is instead a feeling of love, which he called a victorious pleasure, and which infallibly leads to a meritorious act. Arnauld accepted neither of those views. In a work published in 1656, he considered two positions of the nature of efficacious grace, insofar as it is the principle of goodwill. Some say that such grace consists in the mercy of God and an inherent form in the creature, while others say that it consists only in the mercy of God, which brings about the interior movement of the mind. Arnauld says, I'm not far from the second position, which he attributes to Brandwardine, Estius, Tiffanius, and many other Thomists. When Arnauld returned to the question about efficacious grace and free will toward the end of his life, he was more categorical. The true opinion of St. Augustine, St. Bernard, and St. Thomas concerning actual grace is that of Estius, who posits nothing created by God in the will in between the will of God, which he calls uncreated grace, and the free movement of the human will, which the uncreated grace produces in the human will. Jansen was surely mistaken, Arnauld adds, when he defined actual grace as a non-deliberate victorious pleasure. In a short treatise on human freedom written almost a decade earlier, Arnauld illustrated his criticism of Jansen without mentioning him by name with an example. Suppose that a man who is not very generous is approached by a beggar who asks him for his alms. He deliberates, proposes to himself the commandment of Christ, and gives alms for the sake of God. Jansen assumes that there is a non-deliberate act of victorious pleasure in between the man's deliberation and his decision to give alms for the sake of God, and that this non-deliberate pleasure is the actual grace that enables him to act in the meritorious way. Arnauld rejects this position and instead identifies the efficacious grace with God's merciful will, that the man arrives at the deliberate decision to give alms for the sake of God. Yet Arnauld also assumed that the man's decision, like any meritorious act of will, was free. Arnauld's basic position of the compatibility of the intrinsic efficacy of grace with the freedom of volition produced by the grace is that we know from Scripture and tradition, supported by philosophical reflection on God's omnipotence, that the grace of Christ is intrinsically efficacious, and we know from our own experience that our volitions of the relevant kind are free. Hence, we know both are consistent, even though we have great difficulty in seeing how they fit together. The limits of Arnauld's compatibilism. Arnauld was then a compatibilist of sorts. The compatibilism he espoused and attributed to Aquinas, however, was limited and differs in a number of ways from the sort of position philosophers now label compatibilism. Arnauld was not a determinist, nor did he attribute determinism to St. Thomas. Arnauld cited Aquinas as an authority in favor of his own view that God's will with regard to creatures is not necessary. Arnauld held that freedom of human volition is incompatible with the determination of the choices by law of nature, together with the temporally antecedent event. Thus, he responded to Mellenbrock's statement that the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans some 70 years after the death of Jesus was a necessary outcome of the laws of nature by saying, it is clear that a long series of diverse events that depended on infinity of free movements of the wills of men could have been, and indeed were, regulated by the providence of him who has an almighty power to move the hearts of men and to direct them as he pleases. But it cannot be said that it was necessary consequence of the laws of nature without degrading human beings, making them act like lower animals and depriving them of their liberty, a position that had been declared anathema by the Council of Trent. He repeats the criticism a few pages later, as I've shown above, to hold that events that depend it on an infinity of free volitions of human beings were a necessary consequence of the laws of nature is to deprive human beings of their freedom after the example of Wycliffe. According to the position Arnauld attributes to Aquinas, the sinful choices of human beings are not determined by any cause exterior to the sinner. Arnauld agrees with Aquinas that God is the sole exterior cause of the volitions of a human being, that is, the only efficient cause of volitions outside the human being himself or herself, but God never causes a person to sin. Arnauld cites Summa Theologia, in which Aquinas answers the objection that God cannot be the sole exterior cause of the sinful choices. Aquinas says God, as the universal mover, moves the will of man to the universal object of the will, which is the good, and without this universal movement, man cannot will anything, but man, through reason, determines himself to will this or that, whether it be a true or only an apparent good. Nevertheless, God sometimes moves some men, especially to will something determinate that is good, as in those he moves by grace. Arnold's purpose in citing the text is to show that, according to Aquinas, when one sins, one is not moved by grace. By the text, together with the premise that there is no exterior cause of human volition other than God, implies that the sinful choices are not determined by any cause outside the sinner. Arnold's late position on the nature of free will. In several letters towards the end of his life, Arnold recommends a little Latin text on human freedom that he wrote at the time when he was wrestling with Mellenbach's theory of nature and grace, saying that it is particularly helpful in connection with the problem of reconciling intrinsically efficacious grace with freedom of will. The core of Arnold's new theory is that the human soul has a freedom of will with respect to true or apparent good when it has the power of will that good and the power not to do will it. In such cases, the soul determines itself to will or not to will the good in question. The human soul is said to have this power with respect to any particular good it apprehends, as long as the particular good does not encompass all of the good towards which the will tends. Arnold cites, as part of the Thomistic origin of his theory, man does not choose of necessity, and this is because that which is possible not to be is not of necessity, for man can will and not will, act and not act. Again, he can will this or that and do this or that. The reason of this is seated in the very power of reason, for the will can tend to whatever the reason can apprehend as good. Now the reason can apprehend as good not only this to will or to act, but also this not to will or not to act. Again, all particular goods, the reason can consider an aspect of some good, the lack of some good, which has the aspect of evil, and in this respect, it can apprehend any single one of such goods as to be chosen or to be avoided. The perfect good alone, which is happiness, cannot be apprehended by reason as an evil or as lacking in any way. Consequently, man wills happiness of necessity, nor can he will not to be happy or to be unhappy. Therefore, man chooses not of necessity but freely. Arnold follows Aquinas in saying that the will is not free with regard to two objects. First, happiness apprehended as the ultimate object of volition, and second, God seen face to face by the blessed in heaven. In these two cases, one wills or loves the object with necessity of nature, and hence not freely. In all other cases, the will is free. When one wills, one does so freely. Arnold provides a compact formula for his theory. The best and shortest notion one can have of free will is to say with St. Thomas that is a potestas o facultas ad opposita. The advantages Arnold claims for his new theory over Jansen's theory. Arnold claims a number of advantages of his theory of free will over that of Jansen. In particular, he claims that when combined with the account of the nature of grace that he found in Estius, it makes it easier to reconcile the intrinsicness of efficacy of grace with freedom. In following Estius' opinion regarding efficacious grace, it is much easier to explain the efficacy of the grace and to reconcile it with freedom, especially when it defines free will following St. Thomas. Explaining the efficacy of grace is easier on Estius' theory than on the competing theories because it is simpler. On the competing theory, which includes Jansen's, the efficacy of actual grace of the will depends on a connection of some sort within the mind of a creature between a created grace like Jansen's victorious pleasure and a meritorious choice. Este's theory is simpler. The efficacy of actual grace is a direct consequence of the general principle that God's absolute will is infallibly realized. But how does Este's theory, combined with the account of free will that Arnauld derived from St. Thomas, help to reconcile the efficacy of grace with free will? According to Jansen, freedom of will is the same as spontaneity, and so every act of will is essentially free. Jansen qualifies that position by adding that during life here on earth, human beings have another kind of freedom. The freedom of man, the pilgrim, is not only exempt from constraints, but even from immutable voluntary necessity. That is, this freedom is indifferent between doing good and doing evil, between acting and not acting. When he says that the will is indifferent as between doing good and doing evil, and between acting and not acting during this life here below, Jansen means that during life on earth, the will remains mutable or flexible between doing and doing evil, and again willing or not willing in particular action or end. In other words, the will is not confirmed in good or evil during this life in such a way that it could not fall away from willing the good or be converted from willing what is evil, and again in such a way that it could not cease willing what it does will or begin willing what it does not will. Now, in theories like those of Jansen and Benez, the intrinsic efficacy of grace involves the determination of a person's volition by an antecedent state of his or her mind. And this seems to conflict with the proposition that the volition is free. On Este's view, on the other hand, a person's meritorious volition is determined by not by the antecedent state of his or her mind, but rather by the will of God. Is this an improvement with respect to explaining the compatibility of efficacious grace with free will? Arnauld says it is, especially when we define free will following St. Thomas. Here Arnauld appeals to the Thomistic principle that when God causes a creature to act, he also causes the creature to act in accordance with its nature. Paraphrasing Aquinas, Arnauld says, when God works our volition in us, he brings it about that we will, in conformity with our nature, that is, by determining ourselves to what we are not determined by nature. Thus, no matter with what efficacy the mind is moved, by God it acts as master of its very own action, and it wills because it wills, determining itself to all other things by its volition to be happy, and hence it acts freely. Arnold's line of thought seems to be as follows: human beings are attached to limited goods only as a means to the unlimited good of happiness. Therefore, whenever a human being is attracted to a limited good, he or she can attend to its goodness and will it, or attend to some way in which it falls short of the unlimited good and refrain from willing it. Which of these options is realized is determined by the human being, or more precisely, the human being's mind. Thus, in willing or not willing any limited good, the human mind is self-determining and free. All this is part of the nature of the human mind. So if God moves the human mind to will a limited good, he moves it to will in a self-determining and free way. If pressed for more details about how God, by his merciful will, on created grace, moves a human being to will a particular good, while yet leaving it up to the human being whether he or she wills that good, Arnauld would surely say that we human beings cannot understand God's causality well enough to apply such details. Our inability to understand God's causality with regards to the created world is a common theme in Arnauld. It is expressed forcefully in his first contribution to the Leibniz-Arnauld exchange, written in 1686, not long after Liberty. Arnauld says that although we are certain that God, by a single and very simple act, which is his essence, knows all things, including things that might not have been, and wills things that he might not have willed by his will, which is also his essence, nevertheless we cannot understand how God does these things because, as far as we are concerned, God dwells in inaccessible light. Before presenting the above theory of free will in Liberty, Arnauld prepares the ground by presenting two examples in which a person's volition occurs infallibly and yet freely in the sense of freedom that is necessary and sufficient for merit or demerit. The examples are preceded by the statement, however infallible be the determination by which the will is determined, with the attention of reason, to object to which it is not naturally determined, freedom suffers no damage, prejudice because the infallible determination does not prevent the soul from willing because it wills, and hence it is master of its action. The first example is that of a prince who is in love with a woman and has a vehement passion for the pleasures of the flesh. If the woman offers herself to the prince, he will infallibly satisfy his passion. The second example is that of the cruel and revengeful king who has been offended by one of his subjects and has the subject of his power infallibility, he will destroy him. Everyone who is not entirely barbarian, says Arnauld, will agree that the prince of the king have acted demeritoriously and deserve punishment, that all such people agree that the king and the prince acted in a relevantly free way. One might take these passages to suggest that the freedom necessary and sufficient for merit and demerit is compatible with determination of the will by psychological causes, but this misses Arnauld's point and is an unlikely interpretation. To begin with, Arnauld surely realizes that it is not impossible for the lascivious prince and the cruel king to act otherwise than in the way described. People do sometimes act out of character. Furthermore, Arnauld seems to think of infallibility like its cousin certainty as a matter of degree. This is indicated by the phrase, however infallible be the determination by which the will is determined, with the attention of reason, the certainty that the cruel king and the lascivious prince would act in the way indicated could have been very high, and yet they could have acted otherwise. Arnauld's point is that not that the actions of the prince and the king are causally determined by psychological states antecedent to their volitions. In both cases, he says that the action is free because the person could have willed not to perform the action, or again because the person's will was a potestas ad apposita. Arnauld's point is that our certainty that the prince and the king will act in this way described does not lessen our certainty that they will act freely. The same, he says, is true of our certainty that a meritorious act will be carried out as a result of efficacious grace, that is, as a result of God's merciful will moving a person to that act. Arnauld claims that our certainty about the freedom of the act produced by efficacious grace, like our certainty about the freedom of the actions of the prince and the king, is well grounded because all of these cases the person had the power to refrain from the act in question. In all of these cases, the person's will is a facultas ad apposita. There is, of course, an important difference between examples like these of the prince and the king and an example of action to which one is moved by an efficacious grace. If the example of the former sort, the action occurs only with very great but not absolute certainty, whereas in the efficacious grace, the action follows with absolute certainty upon God's intention that it takes place. The difference may seem to damage Arnauld's case. One can plausibly say that it was within the power of the prince, for example, not to will to satisfy his lust, precisely because it was not absolutely certain that in the given circumstance he would do so. But no similar claim can be made about the person whom God moves by efficacious grace to elicit a meritorious volition. Yet Arnauld insists that in the latter case also it is within the power of the person not to elicit the volition. It is at this point that Arnauld's view about the mysteriousness of divine causality comes into play, our inability to understand how God moves a person to a meritorious volition, while leaving it within the person's power not to elicit the volition, thus moving the person to will in a self-determining way, is not, in Arnauld's view, surprising, for we are unable in general to understand how God produces effects outside of himself. Arnauld's work between 1682 and 1694 is a testament to his intellectual vitality. It is remarkable that he was hard at work until his death at the age of 82 on a set of connected controversies and issues, both philosophical and theological, having to do with creation, grace, and free will. Though he did not construct a philosophical system, he stands out in the century of geniuses for the vigorous and penetrating ways in which he dealt with many of the important philosophers and philosophical problems of the time. Okay, so there you have it, folks. Okay, so I told you Arnauld was going to be long. There's a lot to it, and I'm glad I got through it all. So here we took a little bit of a theological turn because we started with the philosophy of science and then like metaphysics and logic and Newton, and we actually have to go back in time to get to the theology. So now that we're pre-Newton in the time of Descartes and his contemporaries, the theology is becoming much more important. And I would estimate if you include the philosophy of science series, we're probably about a quarter of the way through, 25%. So I mean, just shows like I have like 100 more important names I've already looked at and picked out. And like every time I look at these, there's more names because like all of these people had contemporaries of lesser importance. And so, when you look at them as like, oh, these guys are kind of important, look at them. But like I already have like 100 names picked out and 100 topics in metaphysics. And I think I'm going to focus more on the personalities. And once we get through a few more of the personalities, you'll probably like 20, 30, maybe 50 more personalities. Then we'll do more topics in metaphysics. But I thought the portraits of the personalities, the complete overview of their thought, would give a little bit better way to lay out the metaphysical, at least in like the historical method, to put these complicated metaphysical ideas in a historical outlook of the progression of ideas. And I'm not a big enough scholar to have started with the ancients and moved forward. So you just have to start somewhere, just have to start with different topics. So that's what we're doing. So I found these last ones very interesting because these are things I thought about my whole life. And I'd done some research, but like, I'd read Descartes as a youth. I had briefly mentioned the Mersenne circle, but I didn't appreciate how important it was and the interplay between the British empiricist and the continental idealist, and just show the power of the series. Like I used to always get that messed up, the British empiricist and the continental, the German idealist, the American pragmatists. Now, after having done this series, like these things are flowing right off of my tongue. So hopefully this is useful to other people. It's definitely useful to my research. My numbers have been kind of down recently. I can't control that. So if you're tuning in, you like my programming, like and share, join my Discord. But the research will continue regardless of how well it's received, because this is just the due diligence from my research, and I enjoy putting it out there. And it's just the method to have the leaving my tongue, the names leaving my tongue of these ideas. So to wrap that up, this was over 8 hours yesterday and today. Hopefully next week we'll do the deep dive into Descartes, and then the next one will be the early physicists, astronomers, Galileo, Copernicus, and then we might do another portrait series before Leibniz, and we'll look at some of these other figures that I didn't have time to get to, like Bell and Mellenbrock. You will look at Spinoza, some other minor names that your average person never heard of but are important in the progression of ideas and metaphysics. And then we'll turn to Leibniz, and you'll also look at the counterparts in England, Thomas More, and then we'll move into Kant, a deep dive into Kant, and hopefully timeline will progress in the portrait series from going back to forward to the neo-Kantians, and maybe we'll cover some more of the contemporaries of Kant that missed in previous episodes, to the neo-Kantians, to back to the Vienna Circle, to because the Vienna Circle sets the status for modern metaphysics. So if that, God bless, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you Sunday for week in review, and God bless.